And so I started writing some practice software for them. That was the first Khan Academy, and I was it was a family project. A little part of me said, well, this is software. If it works for them, maybe it could work for others. But I didn't. I said, look, if it can just help my 10 cousins, that's great. And in 2006, I'd been working on this for about 2 years now. I still was working at the hedge fund. I was at a dinner party. By this point, my family, we'd moved to Silicon Valley because our firm had moved to Silicon Valley. And I was at a dinner party showing off this software that I had created. I'm a very fun dinner party guest. And the host of the party says, Sal, this is cool, but how are you scaling your actual lessons? I said, his name is Zuli, I give him full credit. And I said, Zuli, it's hard, even with 10 cousins, to do the scheduling, and I have to repeat myself and the logistics. And he says, well, why don't you record some of your lessons as videos and upload them onto YouTube for your family? And my initial reaction was, that's a horrible idea. YouTube is for cats playing piano. It is not for serious mathematics. But I got over the idea that it was not my idea, and I gave it a shot. And at first I asked my cousins to send me problems they were having trouble with, and I would do worked examples, etc. And after about a month, I'd made about 50 videos that I asked them for feedback, and they famously told me that they liked me better on YouTube than in person. And I took that as positive feedback. And what they were saying, and I think this is very important, they weren't saying that they weren't appreciating me in their life. If anything, we still do the phone calls, and the phone calls, we were able to go deeper. But what they were saying is being able to do things at your own time and pace, get explanations at your own time and pace, maybe review something from 4th or 5th grade without feeling embarrassed. That's a huge benefit, being able to pause, repeat, not have to feel embarrassed. So I kept going, and then soon many people who weren't my cousins were using these resources. The whole time I'm still working at the hedge fund. You fast forward to 2008, we actually did have many venture capitalists start to reach out to me. It turns out that a lot of people, including families in Silicon Valley, were using Khan Academy, and they said, hey, we'll fund this as a business right now. You can quit your day job. And it was tempting, but there was always this idea that, wow, I was getting these letters from people all over the world, and some of letters from the poorest of the poor kids, kids in rural areas, kids, people in the military who are looking to go back to college, parents who are looking to upskill themselves. And I said, well, if we put this behind a paywall, if we make this for profit, all of those people might not be able to access this. And so we set up at the time I set up Khan Academy as a not-for-profit. No one owns Khan Academy, and its mission: free world-class education for anyone, anywhere. And even then, I thought hedge funds was going to be my main thing, and this was going to be my side thing. But then by 2009, it had kind of taken over my life. I was reading the testimonials. I was waiting home to work on the software and work on the videos. And it felt like there was something here. So we looked at our finances. I decided to quit my day job, and it was hard. My wife was still in training to become a physician, and our first child had just been born. And that first year was really, really tough. But then I have to give credit. And all my answers aren't going to be this long, but you asked the big one, so I'm going to give you the full narrative. But it was about 10 months into it, we were digging into our savings, but someone by the name of Ann Doerr, people were donating a few $100s off of the internet, but all of a sudden a $10,000 donation came in. And her name is Ann Doerr, and that name might be familiar to many of y'all. She's now our chairperson. But at the time, I didn't know her, and I said, dear Ann, that's the largest donation we've ever gotten. If we were a physical school, you would now have a building named after you. And Ann said, oh, I didn't realize we were local. I'd love to take you out to lunch. And actually, we had lunch at an Indian buffet restaurant out here in Palo Alto. And over lunch, Ann says, what's your goal here? And I said, the goal is, I showed her this notebook of testimonials, hundreds from people all over the world. I showed her how the viewership was growing. Even at that point, there were about 100,000 folks using it every month. I showed her how I was building teacher tools, because I never saw this as independent of the school system. I said, yes, if you don't have access to a class or you don't have access to a school, then I want this to raise the floor. But ideally, this can work with the school system, where that teacher who has a class of 30 can use this tool to reach all 30. And the teacher is the most important person in that room, because they're the people who engage the students, who motivate the students, and the software is there to inform them. And I said, my goal is to localize this into all of the languages of the world, cover all of the major academic subjects. And Ann said, well, this is quite ambitious, but it looks like you're making a lot of progress. I only have one question. How are you supporting yourself? And in as proud of a way as possible, I said, I'm not. And so we part ways, and Ann pays the bill. And about 30, 40 minutes later, I'm driving to my driveway, and I get a text message from Ann, says, you really need to be supporting yourself. I've just wired you $100,000. So that was a good day. And I'll just give one last vignette, because this just shows how something can turn from a hobby to, I had some very dark moments before Ann came. I'm like, what have I done? What have I done for my family, etc. Ann shows up, and then a month later, folks from Google started to reach out saying that they were using these resources and they were curious. And at the same time, Ann sends me a text message, actually a series, that she was at a conference and that for the last 5 minutes, Bill Gates was on stage talking about Khan Academy. And when I was, I was actually running a little summer camp, and when I heard that, I booted the closest seventh grader off of a computer, and I looked for that video, and it was Bill Gates telling the interviewer that he uses Khan Academy. He uses it with his kids, just to kind of tie a bow on that part of the story. I didn't know what to do. I showed my wife that night. I was like, what do I do now? Do I call him? I'm assuming he's not listed. And they left me in that limbo for about 2 weeks. And 2 weeks later, I was actually in this room about to record the video. This was, and I think it's, in some degree, has already become the worldwide headquarters of Khan Academy. This is a closet. My phone rings. I see it's a Seattle number. I say, hello. And my name is Larry Cohen. I'm Bill Gates' chief of staff. You might have heard that Bill's a fan. I was like, yeah, I heard that. And if you're free over the next few months, we'd love to fly you up and learn more about what you're doing. And I was looking at my calendar for the month, completely blank. But I said, yeah, I think I can meet Bill. But that meeting with Bill was very similar. So 2010, the Gates Foundation and Google were the first two major funders of Khan Academy to allow us to become a real organization. And since then, as everyone in the room knows, Khan Academy is much more than me now. Many of our amazing team members are in the room. But that was the beginning.
Oh, wow. What a story. And it's clear that teachers can come in all shapes and forms, Sal, including as cousins or even moments in life. And speaking of moments, I'd love to hear if you have had any setback or an unsuccessful event or a moment in life that ended up being your greatest teacher. If you could tell us about that.
Oh,
and why? And why, of course.
So many events. I'm trying to figure out how deep to go. Even in the story I just said, that 10 months before Ann came, it's fun to laugh about it now, but that was a very hard time. I know there's many entrepreneurs in the room. Anytime you do anything entrepreneurial, whether it's for-profit or nonprofit, you almost have to start with a little bit of delusional optimism. And then once you go into it and you think the world will very quickly recognize how amazing the thing that you're doing is, it usually doesn't work that way. So I had talked to some foundations, and I was getting one rejection after another. We were strange. For many people at the time, they didn't know what to make of us because we weren't a traditional nonprofit where, traditional nonprofit, someone donates and then you use that money to go buy mosquito nets or vaccines or something like that. But here was a not-for-profit where it looked like a tech company, but the money would go to build resources that we could give for free, and high-quality resources, really focused on efficacy, that we can essentially share with the world. And something that's perceived to be very expensive. If I told you there's a new resource that Bill Gates is using with his kids, you would assume that that's prohibitively expensive for using in, say, a village in India. But here, as a nonprofit, we didn't have to make that. We didn't have to make that compromise. But that first 10 months was very, very, very hard. I don't take for granted. When people donate even $10 to Khan Academy, I really appreciate it because I remember that year especially, but even the years before that, when people come to work at Khan Academy or partner with Khan Academy, I remember when it was just myself and I was just doing it alone, and a lot of people thought that this was a silly, almost futile effort. So, that was a big teacher. I think this journey on Khan Academy we've had mostly ups, but there's definitely been downs, and I've learned a ton, and I'm still learning. I've learned the importance of alignment, of how important it is to get a team aligned around a big mission. I've actually learned the importance, and this is a little bit goes against what you learn in business school, of thinking big. We have a limited time on this planet. Don't go for something small. Go for something big. And we have, I think, at our disposal now the tools. Technology, software. Now things like AI, where it's not outlandish for an organization. Khan Academy's budget globally is the budget of a large high school in the United States. But our ambition, we already reach over 100 million folks per year, and our ambition is to reach billions. So yeah, I could keep going. If you want my failures, we can speak all night.
You're very humble. Speaking of audacious goals, obviously trying to improve education at scale is nothing short of an endless uphill task. So I think people over here would love to hear what keeps you going, especially on days when the progress feels really slow or when the criticism is loud.
Yeah, even in those early days, what really, I remember I would go to dinner parties and friends from business school would say, how are you going to monetize this? What's your differentiation? And I used to say, no, this is a family project. My cousins are finding it useful. They've definitively been, and I'm connected with them. So I was able to protect it in that way. And especially once I quit my day job and we were living off of savings, I was getting letters. So even though I was getting a lot of rejections from a lot of philanthropists and partners, I was getting a lot of letters from people all over the world saying how it was helping them. And many of them were just simple thank yous, and that feels good. But some of them were really powerful. I remember in those early days, there was a mother who wrote me an email saying that both her sons had learning disabilities, and the Khan Academy, the practice, the videos was the only way that they could keep up with their class. And this was a family that couldn't afford tutoring or anything like that. And they said because of that, her and her entire family prayed for me and my entire family every night. And that's a powerful feeling for anyone. And you have to remember, I was an analyst at a hedge fund. I was not used to people praying for me, at least in that way. And so, when you're getting letters like that regularly all around the world, one, it makes you feel good. But I would argue I would feel better when I got those letters than when I had the best bonuses from my hedge fund time. And it also made me have conviction that there was some value here. And I said, look, a year ago 10,000 people were using it. This year 50 or 100,000 folks. Maybe one day it's 1 million. Maybe one day it's 10 million. One day it's 100 million. And those numbers seem crazy at the time. Now they're to some degree reality, although we want to go much further. But the opportunity of being able to scale and allowing people to tap into their potential. I'm biased, but I don't think there's any higher scale way to help people. There's many good things you can do in the world. You can cure a disease. You can find a scientific discovery, et cetera, et cetera. But I think the most powerful, and I'm biased, is if you can help millions or even tens of millions of people recognize their own potential, and then they're going to discover the diseases. They're going to solve all of our problems. They're going to be the entrepreneurs of tomorrow.
Well, that's a great segue into diving a little bit into the how of doing some of the things that you just spoke about. So I'd like to dive into the origin of AI and the birth of Khanmigo. So my first question for you, Sal, is when and how did AI come about onto your radar, and when did it become significant for you?
Yeah, and AI was on my radar from a very early time. For those of y'all who read my book, which I shamelessly have behind me, Brave New Words, the last chapter talks about how I was a computer science major in college, and I at one time was very serious. I thought I would even potentially do a PhD in AI, and I was taking my freshman advisor was this gentleman, Professor Watson. And then I took classes with some of the founders of AI. So I was kind of cognizant and aware of it from the very early days. But you fast forward to 2022, and we had experimented with AI to give recommendations on Khan Academy and things like that. but I didn't think it was going to be like a major part of what we were going to do. But then summer 2022, this is 6 months before ChatGPT comes out, so no one was really talking about generative AI in a big way at this point. Sam Altman and Greg Brockman reached out, and Kristen, who's in the room, Kristen, our Chief Learning Officer, and said, hey, we're going to be training our next model. We think this is going to be the model that people are going to really care about. And we want to launch it with socially positive use cases with organizations that people trust. And according to their own words, they immediately thought of Khan Academy. And so Kristen and I believe we were maybe the first two, or first maybe handful of people outside of OpenAI. I don't think even everyone at OpenAI had access to the technology. But when we saw what would become GPT-4 was capable of not just answering questions, but taking on tone. And especially once we got access, Kristen and I, that first weekend, we were slacking each other in the middle of the night. Can you believe it can do this or that? And just so you get a sense of how early this was, Greg Brockman, when he gave us access, my first question to him is, does this work only in English? And he says, yes, it works only in English. And my family, we're originally Bengali. I can get by in Bengali. And Hindi if I have to, showing off a little bit right now. But but Bengali I can get by. And so I was just curious. I typed in a little bit of Bengali to the model, and it replied back to me in Bengali. And so I took a screenshot of it and I sent it to Greg Brockman, and I said, look at this. And then he immediately responded back. He's like, yes, after you asked, we tested it out. It looks like it speaks every language. So this was very, very early. Even they didn't fully understand what these models were capable of doing. But as soon as the Khan Academy team had access, once again, this was months before folks knew about this, we had all the same debates that people are still having. There's definitely negatives of these tools. It can be used for cheating, which I think is a huge problem. It can hallucinate, make up facts. It at the time was horrendous at math. It's gotten a lot better. How can you avoid students from having unconstructive or inappropriate conversations? At the same time, we said, well, this could, especially if you layer it on with our videos and assessments and all this could get us that much closer to emulating the types of things I was able to do with my cousins. Some of the chat conversations with what would become Khanmigo, our AI tutor, were almost indiscernible from the types of chats I used to have with my cousins from Boston to New Orleans. And so I encourage the team to say, look, these fears are real that we're talking about, but let's turn them into features. If we're afraid of cheating, let's make sure that our AI is Socratic, like an ethical tutor. When Nadia asked me for help, I didn't just do her homework for her. I asked her to do it, but I would nudge her along. That's how Khanmigo should work. We should make sure that teachers and administrators and parents have access to see what's happening with the students. We should have another AI moderate the conversations, make sure that nothing untoward is going on, and that it can notify the stakeholders, the teachers, what's happening. We have to make sure we protect the students' data, privacy, etc. And so that was the beginning. And we launched. It was interesting. ChatGPT was a little bit unexpected. Even the OpenAI folks didn't expect it. And when it launched, we were all going to launch on March 15th, 2023, the same day as GPT-4. But ChatGPT came out about 2 months earlier, or actually about 3 months earlier, November 30th, 2022. And we were all, what is this? And the OpenAI folks said, oh, we didn't launch anything. We just put a chat interface on an old model, but the whole world woke up to what was going on. And we were upset because we said, hey, this was not built for education. People are going to see it's cheating. It can hallucinate. But luckily, by the time we launched, a lot of people in education said, you know what, ChatGPT is a raw tool. It's not really appropriate, but maybe for older students for certain things. But if only someone put the right guardrails and put the right pedagogy and maybe paired it with things that have already been proven to be efficacious with regular practice and instruction, that could be interesting. And so when we launched Khanmigo as a pilot in 2023, we got a very positive reception. And now, primarily in the US, although we're spreading internationally now, it's approaching 1.5 million students formally using Khanmigo. The teacher tools, which we were able to give away free because of a large grant from Microsoft, and Google has now also been supporting our ability to do amazing things with Khanmigo. We're learning a lot. I don't want to give anyone the sense that the AI by itself is a silver bullet. But it has taught us a lot, and it has been a useful layer. And we're now in the process of launching a new version of Khan Academy that we're calling Khan Academy Reimagined, that is taking all of that learning about how people might better use AI, not just students and teachers, but also making sure that we're addressing a lot of the issues we've always known we could get better at on Khan Academy.
That's a very interesting context on how Khanmigo came about, really. And for those of you who are in the audience who are not familiar, Khan Academy's tool, so Khanmigo is basically Khan Academy's AI tool, which is transformative in nature in the education space as an AI tutor for students or any learner for that matter, and a very strong teacher co-pilot. But coming back to what you were saying, Sal, there are so many EdTech and AI tools out there. How does one know what works? And I know you touched upon some of this in your last response, but anything else you would like to add in terms of what are some of those attributes which make an AI tool or an EdTech tool for that matter, you can speak for both of them, really strong or strongly set for the education space?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a couple of things. Something we've always believed, and we said it well before AI came up on the scene, is you shouldn't use technology for technology's sake. In many industries, including education, people sometimes fall into that pitfall. I remember when I was a kid in the 80s and early 90s, there would be a computer lab, but we never used it in any really constructive way. I remember when, the iPad came out, there were school districts that spent millions, I think Los Angeles spent hundreds of millions of dollars buying iPads, but they didn't know what they were going to do with it. And so similarly, it should never be technology for technology's sake. You should say, well, what are the problems you're trying to solve? The problem that, I inadvertently fell into this path back when I was tutoring my cousins, but now, actually probably the last 15 years, Khan Academy has been very intentional that the problem we're solving is how do we personalize for students at scale? It could be that student who doesn't have access to a school, but ideally they do. But how does that teacher with 30 kids in the classroom, 35 kids in the classroom, personalize to those needs? And so that's always been our true north, and that's what we used the technology as a means for. But we don't view it as only technology. We think that the human systems are very, very, very important. That teacher in the room, some kids will use Khan Academy on their own if you just say it's good for you, but a lot of other kids need that teacher to motivate them, need it to be part of their grade. They need that, it's great to have videos, it's great to have AI, it's great to have articles, it's great to have hints, all of these supports that we have within Khan Academy, but sometimes you need the human being as well. You need the teacher to come up to you and either give you a pep talk or help explain that concept. Maybe it's your peer who can be the person. And actually we have another platform, schoolhouse.world, where we leverage some of that peer-to-peer. So, when you look at this universe of tools, one, what is the problem you're genuinely trying to solve? I think is the number one thing you have to think about. Does this have evidence of efficacy? And I think there's two forms of evidence of efficacy. I do think it's very powerful. Khan Academy, we're not behind some type of a paywall. We aren't something where people are like, trust us. We're like, go use it. When we talk to philanthropists, the number one reason that they're usually interested in giving to Khan Academy is they'll say, my son, daughter, niece, nephew swears by Khan Academy. It helped them with the SAT. It helped them pass a test. Now we're getting parents who they themselves grew up on Khan Academy, or they said, oh, it helped me when I was in college or graduate school. So that's, I would say a very strong piece of evidence. So look for that. Don't just believe a salesperson to tell you that this is a good tool. Use it yourself. Ask people, hey, have you used it? What do you think of it? Did it help you? And then, of course, the gold standard is to have efficacy studies, real efficacy studies, not just run by the company and their marketing team, but run by third parties. And I believe, because we're so transparent and open, and we've been out there for so long, that we are the most studied EdTech platform. There's been over 50 efficacy studies. I think you're going to hear about, the one y'all are going to hear about is even, it's a especially profound one. But we've had many over the years that are correlational studies, which are interesting, but you can always say, well, maybe there's some other confounding variable. But more recently, last 5-6 years, we've had some very interesting studies. The one that y'all are going to hear about from India is, as we think about as causal as you can get. But we have studies out here in the United States where we're comparing students to themselves. So we can take motivation or intrinsic motivation out of the picture. And when teachers are more engaged in Khan Academy, those kids are growing faster. When teachers in the second year are less engaged in Khan Academy, those same students are growing slower. So we have a lot of evidence there. So I would, use the tool yourself. Don't believe the salesperson. Talk to your friends and family. If they think it's a good tool, that goes a long way. And of course, look for real efficacy studies that are done by third parties, and ideally a long history of efficacy studies.
That's some really good guidance, Sal. Thank you so much. Where do you see AI going in the future when it comes to education? What role do you see it playing? And I know you talked about that, no, it's not going to replace teachers. I think you made that very clear. But anything else you'd like to share on where you see AI going in the future for education?
Yeah, and just on that point, I want to make it like triply clear, and this is something we've always said, and we especially say in this world of AI, if I had to pick between an amazing teacher from my own children or amazing technology, I would pick amazing teacher every time. Now, ideally, we don't have to make that trade-off. You pair an amazing teacher with amazing technology, hopefully you can get the best of both worlds. I see, and look, I've been I actually am worried about AI job dislocation. In my neighborhood here, these self-driving cars are everywhere, Waymos. I worry about all of these people. I think these self-driving cars can be good for us. They're safer and all of that, but there's a lot of people who are going to lose jobs. I worry about, there's a lot of industries, warehouse workers, robotics, etc. I don't worry. I think teaching, anything that has support of other human beings, where that human element at the end of the day matters a lot. I think those jobs are not only very safe, but AI will help empower the human being, the teacher, to be more focused on the human element. Right now, teachers have to spend a lot of energy outside the classroom, preparing, grading papers, doing paperwork. AI, we're already seeing, and we've created tools that can act as a teaching assistant for the teacher, and that we've been able to do. It's free for everyone because of a grant from Microsoft. If we can save the teacher time there, if when the teacher is in the classroom and 5 kids need that teacher's help, if that teacher can work with one while they say, okay, that the other 4 are getting help with AI, and the AI is able to talk to the teacher. Right now on Khanmigo, the AI can, the teacher can chat with it, but I imagine a future where the AI can whisper inside a little headphone of the teacher, say, oh, go talk to this student. They're a little disengaged, et cetera, et cetera. The teacher will have the ultimate assistance. They'll be treated like the professionals that they should, and they'll have the support that they should. So I think in education, we're going to see a very powerful symbiosis between AI and teachers. I see AI being able to open up the aperture of the types of things we can assess. Traditionally standardized exams were just multiple choice, et cetera. We're actually working on a little bit of assessment where we're broadening the aperture, where people have to explain their reasoning. I think eventually you're going to be able to ask kids to draw things, speak orally, do simulations. And I think from a teaching point of view, that's only going to make teaching more fun and really index on the human element.
Well, thanks for painting such a clear future visual, Sal. Thank you. With that, I'd love to open it up to the audience, and anyone can ask a question. Please just raise your hand, and when we point to you, just ask a question. You don't need a mic, though there is one available, but Sal will be able to hear you directly in the room. Anyone? Ask him anything. Yes, please.
Anything.
Sorry, Sal, putting you on the spot here.
Yeah. So, I need the mic. Hi, Sal. Wonderful. Again, my kid used Khan Academy, so that's where it really inspires. And a question is, I am very much of using AI as the bicycle reference, right? Like to augment teaching rather than to replace or anything. However, this is more about technology rather than anything as AI in specific. How early is early to introduce something which is an abstraction? AI eventually, like none of us know how to weave our clothes. Maybe some of us know how to stitch. Maybe our children wouldn't even know how to stitch. They assume clothes are there, right? So any level of technology brings in a layer of abstraction. As far as education, our core concepts are concerned, let's say for a music or math or English, what's the level of abstraction we should introduce and then how early? is Khan Academy thinking of it by the field? Like,
Great question.
Yeah, it's a good question, and I won't claim to have the 100% perfect crystal ball. I have children. We struggle with this at home too. My general sense, I think the safest approach as a parent, and obviously we do want to do this for all children, I do think it is very important for all children to still have very strong fundamentals. I would argue that the academic fundamentals, that AI makes this even more important. We all know that AI can write decently, but we know that people who know how to write well are able to make the AI write very, very well. One analogy is we're all going to go from being the writer to being the editor. But no one wants an editor who can't write as well as the staff writers. No one wants a computer manager or a CTO who can't understand systems and code as well as the junior engineer, which increasingly might become AIs. If you're going to use AI, there's going to be amazing things we're going to use AI for: drug discovery, scientific. But if you don't know enough to keep up with the AI, you're not going to be amplified as much as someone who does know the knowledge. So I do think the math, the reading, the writing, the content knowledge, the science, the history, all of that is as important as ever. But on top of that, I think some of the skills. I talked about the human skills, looking someone in the eye, empathy, creativity, sense of humor, things that we've always known are important. I think, and maybe AI can help us even give practice in those things or even evaluation in those things. I think those are going to be super, super important as well. So in terms of how early, I think my take on technology has always been technology is neutral, and there's not so great uses of technology, especially for young kids. If they're just looking at brain rot and YouTube videos of people unpacking things or people yelling or worse, there's a lot of horrible stuff on the internet. That's not good. If they're on social media and they're getting insecure, that's not good. Or if they're, honestly, even if they're doing something good on a screen, like writing a paper or editing video or programming, it's not good if it's at an extreme, that they're not going outside, they're not talking to their friends, et cetera, et cetera. So I try, we try to limit our kids to, let's call it the leisure side. And even there on the leisure side, there's healthier stuff. I think half an hour of Minecraft is better than half an hour of, TikTok. And then, but then if they're doing some constructive things, I think that's okay. There's a little vignette in my own family. My 16-year-old Imran, he's always loved programming, and he's a purist. He thinks AI is cheating. He thinks I can't use AI. I'm a great programmer. My 11-year-old Azad, he's 11, so he never he doesn't have the sophistication yet to write real code. But he's been able to, to the point of abstraction, vibe code some pretty cool apps. And I see him building skills that usually you don't build until much later. I see him building skills, and it sounds hilarious. As an 11-year-old, he's building skills of a product manager. Like he's vibe coding something, he's taking it to his friends, they're giving him feedback. He doesn't know that he's doing user research, but he is doing user research. And he comes back, and I'm like, okay, this is good for him. And I'm encouraging Imran that, hey, you shouldn't feel ashamed to use AI. It's going to amplify what you can do. You already have some great skills. You're going to be able to magnify those skills even more. So I think learning, piercing the abstraction is a safe bet, just in case, so we don't become overly dependent. But especially as kids get older and older, giving them some outlets. I'll give another example that I saw with my youngest. Even back when we had this first access in 2023, at the time he was 8 years old, and I saw him co-write stories. We had this activity on Khanmigo where you can write a little bit of a story, and then the AI would add, and then you add, and he loved that at 8 years old. And the most powerful thing was he was able to write stories that were actually above his reading level, but then he would read them, and he would really get into them, and it was making him read more. So. I think we have to be careful. We wouldn't want someone to be all day. We don't want someone to, make the AI their only best friend, and it's taking time away from other people. But I think if they're running outside, if they're having, and they're learning to do some stuff themselves, or building some of their core skills, I think, some playing with the abstraction is okay. And as you get into high school and college, I think it's very important that students use get comfortable with the tools, because as employers, we now expect that of them.
Thank you, Sal, and also for endorsing balance in every human's life, especially a learner's life. Any other question? The gentleman in the second row.
Yeah, hi Sal. Just a follow-up question. Like you have Khanmigo for a personalized learning. Something that I am expecting with the India scale is that a lot of students will be collaborating in a virtual space. So have you thought of in the same example as a peer tutor, is there a version of AI that can help a peer to better tutor their friend who is struggling, which is what maybe 20 years back in my college days, one of the good guy will come and he will help us. I mean, all those poor guys who are in the backbench struggling, he will come. I mean, we'll forcefully bring him to the backbench and make him teach us in that process. So, is there something? I mean, I know for sure that this the peer may not be a good mentor at that point, but definitely AI can instill or provide guidance on how to provide better feedback, when to intervene. Those kind of things can be provided with AI. So have you thought of a Khanmigo version where it is not just agents, but there are humans in space and the agent is actually encouraging a peer to be a master tutor or something like that?
Yeah, so we Khanmigo does not have that yet, but we have a sister organization which I also helped create called Schoolhouse.world.
Yeah, Schoolhouse, yeah.
Which is another not-for-profit, and that one gives free live tutoring. And the way that we're able to give free live tutoring over Zoom is by leveraging volunteers. And many of these volunteers are high school students, college students, but regardless of their age, we have a mechanism to certify them to make sure they know the material. And then once they do the tutoring sessions, what you're describing, it's already happening a bit, where we have, and actually part of the Google just recently gave a grant for us to invest much more in this. But the AI is observing the tutoring sessions. And after the fact, and this has already been shipped within schoolhouse.world, it gives the tutor feedback on what they should do differently next time. You did this well, but you didn't call this student. At this point, this happened. I think you misinterpreted it, or where we're going to is we're hoping probably in another year, maybe 2 years, that the AI is going to be giving real-time tips to the tutor while they're tutoring. So, hey, I think a lot of students are confused about this. Here's an example problem for you to go through right now. Or you haven't called on this student lately. Why don't you call on her and ask her this question? And also, actually, the AI gives feedback to the student on how they participated, how they showed up. And I think that, this vision of this future classroom, I think we're going to start seeing it virtually on Zoom, on schoolhouse.world. I think it arguably will be the first place. And then hopefully we can take that eventually into the physical classroom where, yes, one student's told, hey, go help this other student. Or the teacher says, hey, I think this student could use this. Or maybe, we have to be careful with data privacy and all of that. But, if the AI can observe the classroom and hear what's going on a little bit, it can give some of that real feedback. But yeah, I think in a real physical classroom, we're a little bit far from that, but it's already happening on schoolhouse.world, which I hope, there's a lot of students actually already from India already participating on schoolhouse.world. I'm hoping that we can, make it a bigger thing in India.
Great.
Thank you.
We'll take one last question. Maybe from either this side of the room or the other, the right side of the room. Yes, Amitabh?
Hi, Sal. My question is actually around the true democratization of access to EdTech. You're in 190 countries, I see, but I guess the penetration across the countries, if I look at student population versus usage or uptake of Khan Academy, seems to be lesser than 10% of the students. At least in India, it seems to be lesser than 10% of the current student population. And I'm assuming those who are accessing it are the ones who probably need it the least or could access it anyway. My question to you is, what do you think we as a civil society need to do to push government to truly democratize access to EdTech? What can we do so that the child who needs it the most can access it? I think clearly the case has been made that this works. And we don't need more evidence to say it works. If we put it in the hands of every child, they will use it and they will benefit from it. So what can we do as a civil society to push governments? And have you seen that happen in any country globally that we could emulate?
Yeah, no, look, I think what you're asking for us at this stage is the central question. Like, this is the question that all of us, and I don't claim to have all the answers. We're working with you all to like see what we can do on a global level. So first, I'll start with the good news. You know, if I told, just as I said a few minutes ago, you know, if we were having this conversation 50 years ago, and you know, we would have looked, you know, at the extreme, you know, things that our kids are able to use, or at the extreme, Bill Gates' kids are able to use, you'd say there's no way we could bring that to a village in India, or even inner city United States, or to an orphanage in Mongolia, or wherever. But what's nice is, you know, everything we're talking about, all the tools we're talking about, if you have access to a low-cost device, a basic internet connection, you can use. You will have access to the exact same resource as, you know, and you're right. I would say in places in India right now, Khan Academy, ironically, even though it's a free tool, it's not for profit, it's there to level the playing field. Ironically, Khan Academy has much more penetration in India amongst upper middle class, affluent families, many of whom are, you know, could afford all the tutors they want. You know, they aspire maybe for their kids to go to college in the United States. They speak English. They're the ones that know about Khan Academy. They have very high awareness of Khan Academy, and while the kids in the village don't know about it. But the good news is, I think that sets up good grounding, that something that is good enough for even the people who could afford things, they're still picking the free solution, tells you that this is a great thing, and we just have to figure out how to get it in the hands of these students and how to get them to engage. Now, you know, getting it in the hands, that's what the India team, if we think about India specifically, but we have teams in many geographies, localizing it, aligning it to the various standards. But what we've seen, and we saw this in we see this in the United States, and we see this around the world, even that, you're still going to cater to families who know it's out there and who are already quite motivated by education and, you know, might read a magazine article about Khan Academy, et cetera, and the awareness just isn't there. And if anything, and I would say this is especially true in countries like India, people are suspicious of free. People feel like, oh, there must be a catch. You know, the US people can kind of believe that someone's willing to do something good for you for free, but in India, there's skepticism. In other parts of Asia, there's skepticism. In Latin America, there's skepticism. So I think, one, the more that we can just get the word out, that free and high quality, and actually the best quality, I would take Khan Academy against any high-priced solution. You know, India has many EdTech players. I'm not going to name names, but you know, some of them have gone bankrupt that were happy to charge $300 per US dollars per student per year for, honestly, an inferior practice platform to what Khan Academy gives away for free. So we need to publicize that, and we would love ideas, but we also think that it's not just awareness. We have to work with the systems. Most students, to be able to use it, it has to be in the framework of a classroom and a teacher who's engaged in the platform, who sees the benefit of it. That actually might be where the students even get access to the internet and a device. And then that teacher, especially the need to pass the class, that's what's going to get, you know, the bulk of the students there. I would also in the future love to figure out ways that Khan Academy and use and mastery of it can connect to opportunity, can connect to credit, maybe even jobs. That's more in the future. But in the short term, you know, once we make it available in all of the languages, and then we go through the schools, I think we're in good shape. In terms of, you know, where we have seen it at scale, we haven't seen it at a country scale truly big yet, where it's like 80–90% of the kids in the country are getting the level of engagement that we know leads to gains. But we've definitely seen it in some school districts in the United States. Newark, New Jersey, which is a large urban school district outside of the New York area, they have 70% of their students at a level of engagement that's, you know, that's pretty much the level of engagement that every efficacy study we've run, or other people have run, have shown accelerated gains of 20, 30, 40%. And they've seen their test scores improve. So we've definitely seen that. We've seen, you know, there's some schools that are specialized, that are very focused on Khan Academy, that are doing it. But, you know, I have high hopes for what we're doing in India. Hopefully we get a lot of state partnerships to really drive it forward. There's some exciting things going on in the Philippines, in Vietnam, that I think are Brazil, that are promising. So, fingers crossed, maybe at a large state level, maybe even at a national level, the government of Vietnam is, and actually Philippines as well, is trying to get very into this. So if we can get that type of buy-in, then I think we have a shot.
That's a great finish to this conversation. We've done some amazing work collectively as an ecosystem in the country in bringing tech-enabled education to the masses, to really the ones who need it the most. But there is great work ahead of us as well. So a lot of potential. So with that, on that high note, thank you so much, Sal. Thank you so much for joining us late evening your time. We wish you good night, and hopefully we'll talk soon again.
Great. Thanks, everyone.
Over to you, Niharika.
Well, what a conversation. Well, what a conversation. Now moving on, changing gears. Our next session is going to move from talking about personal experiences and what's happening in the world to actually looking at learning outcomes being rooted firmly in evidence. So we will now hear from Professor Philip Oreopoulos, who is the Professor of Economics and Public Policy at the University of Toronto. Philip is also a globally renowned economist and co-chair of JPAL, of education at JPAL. He will present the findings from a rigorous randomized controlled trial that was conducted in UP social welfare schools. Philip has spent much of his career studying what improves learning outcomes at scale, and especially in real-world settings. So we are going to look at, he's going to look at, large-scale experiments for producing convincing evidence that can actually advise public policy. Today, Phil is going to help us walk through the study design, key results, and the methodologies adopted at the UP social welfare schools. And with that, without much ado, let's welcome Philip.
Yeah, there's a clicker. Clicker.
Okay, well, Sal is a tough person to follow, but he did mention the importance of efficacy studies, and in addition to trying to understand at the local level how computer-assisted learning in Khan Academy would be helpful, it's important to consider the sort of research side of things to understand how well these things scale, what are the challenges along the way. And I'm going to try to present to you an overview of this study that gives you some idea of what Khan Academy's potential is and how it can play a role, and what we did on this study. While we're getting set up, let me just mention this study is a big team effort. There's a lot of people involved here. I just want to give a shout out to Deepak Agarwal, who I'm glad that we're on the same time zone, because usually we're speaking when it's like midnight over here, and he's a lot of effort. So thanks for that.
Deepak, please stand up wherever you are. Oh, he just left the room.
Anyway, it's great to finally be here in India, and a lot of this back and forth. It's very nice to have a chance to. We're going to visit some schools on Monday, and I'm most excited about that. Also, Oliver Kruzazowski participated in the research analysis, helped me write the paper, and of course, this work was funded by JPAL, who I work with them, but they spend a lot of time focused on trying to look at causal evidence, running experiments, which is often important to take a step back and realize how important it is to actually understand efficacy and do it in a way that we can credibly identify impacts of a program compared to business as usual or something else. And it's a lot harder than sometimes it makes out to be, and it's important work that we do. Okay. It's not going down. And is there a way to make this button go away? Okay. Do I need this? Or, all right, we'll just, okay. So, in half an hour? Okay, you guys can keep talking time. So look, the starting point of this is that a lot of issues in education could be solved if every student had their own teacher. Classrooms are important, but in the cases of particular subjects, core subjects like math, reading, science, we would gain a lot by giving the opportunity for a student to proceed at their own level, at their own pace. If every student had their own teacher, then the student would be able to proceed topic to topic. Teacher would immediately see where the student is struggling, provide immediate feedback, and make sure that the student understands the topic before moving on to the next. And so in education policy, it's not that we don't understand what we would like to do and help everyone achieve their learning potential. It's an issue of cost. And so one possibility is to supplement classroom instruction with tutoring. There's been a lot of conversation on the potential for tutoring. I think if you look at the evidence around tutoring right now, even if you could overcome the cost issue with tutoring, because it's also expensive, there's also major issues around scaling to the kind of level that we'd want to do. And so that brings us to the potential that we can use technology to try to help us facilitate this one student, one teacher model. And computer-assisted learning offers that potential. So when I was starting to get into this, like many other people have heard of Khan Academy. What's nice about Khan Academy is anyone can go online and just look at it. And so if you want to explore what the potential, what Cal looks like, unlike other sort of firewalled platforms, you just can go online and look at it. And immediately you can see the idea. So if you log into Khan Academy, you can see, especially for math, you can see this roadmap and sequence of videos and exercises that you can follow all the way from grade 3 up to college level. And so in that roadmap, there's the potential that a student can progress at their own pace. They watch a video and then they do a related exercise. And the idea is that they can keep working on the exercise until they've demonstrated that they can answer enough questions correctly that they understand it. And if they make a mistake, they immediately get feedback. They can see the solution. And in a little while, they can start talking to an AI tutor. And the teacher can observe how the student is progressing. And so if the student is stuck, the teacher can triage and provide additional attention to help the students that are stuck along the way. Now, the technology cannot exist just in isolation. So I cannot just turn on Khan Academy in the next room, expect my daughter to go in there and start progressing along on her own. There has to be some encouragement, some additional human element of this. I have to encourage or motivate my daughter to kind of use it, just as in a classroom setting, teachers have to kind of work with the technology together. And so in that setting, there are challenges with getting Cal up and running. So teachers may feel overwhelmed trying to incorporate new technology into their daily instruction. They may already be used to teaching a certain way. And so trying to adopt and use a new technology that they're not used to may not be high on their priority list. There may be scheduling challenges, competing school and curricula issues that make it hard to figure out when to put this in. And so it becomes potentially more of an optional thing or a nice to have. There may be connectivity challenges, and students themselves, would prefer to engage with a real person. So staying motivated working on a computer, again, involves teachers needing to instruct and motivate. if you look at the research that has been done before this study in the US, in general, can be sort of summarized that it's mixed, but in general positive. The experimental research that looks at the impact of Cal, in general, if the program was implemented well and generated higher practice, a lot of these studies show efficacy of around 20% of a standard deviation, which means that at the end of the school year, students are doing about the equivalent of 4 or 5 additional months of learning than compared to students that were not getting the computer-assisted learning. In studies that were less successful, it's usually because there were implementation challenges leading to no practice. There's a study that we did recently with Khan Academy, actually not experimental, but taking advantage of teachers that were sometimes using Khan Academy or not using Khan Academy, and from one year to the next, meaning that some students were exposed to it more than others. And in that, we actually found even in small doses of computer-assisted learning, the students seem to improve in a way that actually seems to be linear. So like for every hour of additional practice on computer-assisted learning in the school year seems to generate around an additional percent standard deviation increase. In less developed countries, also the evidence is a little bit mixed. Again, usually around implementation. So Lyndon has a study where he had students working on the technology as a substitute, pulling students out of class and getting them to work on this technology. But often the students were given the computer and it was unsupervised. And so instead of classroom setting, it actually made the students do worse compared to students that were just in the classroom. Another study in Brazil also found no impacts, but again, they cited connectivity challenges that led to little practice. But as a more positive example, shout out to Mulahadran and Singh, Abhijit is here, I think, who found that using Cal in a setting where there were almost 2 settings a week, a lot of support to use it, they found quite significant impact in learning gains. The main point here is that technology and the structure go together to create Cal programs. The practice is necessary but not sufficient condition for benefits, and it's really important to make sure that when we're using Cal, somehow it has to use it effectively. It doesn't matter how good Khan Academy is, if the students are not using it, then there's going to be no impact. So in that setting, Khan Academy started a partnership with UP social welfare schools, about 100 of them in 2022. The target was 120 minutes a month. I think we have to change that, the video. But in that, that translates to around substituting the math sessions to be using for Khan Academy 1 or 2 sessions a week, okay? When the program was first implemented, there were some startup challenges. So there were no dedicated time slots for Khan Academy sessions. The internet connectivity was unreliable. There were some issues around digital infrastructure. Rostering with computer-assisted learning can often be a challenge and a hurdle that teachers have to overcome, and there are competing interests that teachers are working with and potentially leading to buy-in. So within that environment, when the program was first introduced, there was fairly low take-up. In fact, only 4% or less were meeting the usage targets, and overall the practice level was low. So this program, the experiment that we started was looking at the question, what would happen if we actually found a way to increase the usage to the target levels that we were going after. And as a proof of concept, we decided to to bring in on-the-ground supervisors that would take more accountability in making sure that these targets were being met. So we hired these lab in charges that were locally hired, and their key responsibilities were to ensure that these 1 or 2 sessions of Khan Academy were taking place. They were also responsible for ensuring that there were no connectivity issues. The students were onboarded dealing with rostering, and they were liaisoning and working with teachers to ensure that the students were working on the material that should be working on, and making sure that everything's were running smoothly. So they were on the ground. So that was, this study is for the first year of the program. We might talk about later that it's ongoing. So they received some training and support at the beginning. They also had weekly reviews. They could connect over WhatsApp, and all of these things that they were doing, should note that are things that the schools could be doing with more accountability. So there was nothing that the lab in charges were doing in particular that with more training or potential that the schools could be doing. This was a randomized trial, so we started with 83 schools, and we randomized about 1/3 of them into the program that received the lab in charges, and the other 55 were not. So how we did this exactly, there were regional districts around UP. We identified, say, 3 schools in each district. At least one of them would receive the treatment, and the other 2 would receive the control. There's 2 main samples that we use, mainly because we have both end-line and baseline data, and for the purpose of this talk, the results are about the same for the end-line and the baseline sample, but just to note that in the end-line only sample, we just focus on the end-line data. And there were 3 schools that we dropped because they had no end-line data. And in the remaining 80 schools that were in the study, we note that 5 of the 28 treated schools ended up discontinuing the program early for technical reasons. So they're still in the study, but they were not getting the program. The baseline and end-line sample, where we use also the baseline study, we drop 6 additional schools because it was obvious that they were cheating on the baseline data. There was a lot of cheating in the schools, so we dropped those schools. And then there's only 1 of the 28 treatment programs left over that discontinued early. So about the assessment data was done by Teach for Learning, and it was a methodology that was ensuring that the tests were grade-specific tests aligned with CBSE and UP Board general curricula, and they covered the baseline grade level of the student plus 2 grade levels earlier. So there was a range of questions. Someone in grade 7 was getting grade 5, grade 6, and grade 7 material. So in terms of the results, the first slide that you showed in experiment results showed that the treatment and the control schools look basically the same. So this is the baseline data. This just shows you that the general distribution of the performance of the tests looked the same for both the students in the lab in charge schools and the students in the schools that did not have the lab in charges. And so did the lab in charges improve practice? It sure did. So we have students in the lab in charges ended up practicing about 50 minutes per week, which is a massive increase compared to the control schools, which were basically on average practicing only 72. Clearly that there was a difference between the 2 schools. How are we doing for time? Okay, great. All right, so you can see like this is minutes over the entire school year. It translates to about 50 minutes a week. You can see it, the dotted line of students from the treated schools. You can see on average it's 50 minutes a week, but there's some doing an hour, 2 hours a week, and there's some doing less. If you look at the practice time, you can break it up into finer detail. So the total practice time is like 1,100 minutes over the school year, an additional 1,100 minutes. But you can also see that the program increased the amount of practice that was going on after school and also over holidays. So somehow these lab and charges and the program kickstarted the students to want to do more practice and motivated them to do it during off-school hours as well. Okay, so, oh, and also how this looks like over time is also interesting because although it's 50 minutes a week on average, some weeks there were very little as the program started at the beginning, and then it really jumped up. So when there was consistent practice in a week, it was about an hour or more. You can see sometimes there were some holidays, but even during the holidays, you can see higher practice going on. Okay, so that's kind of how the Khan Academy practice looked over the 31 weeks of the program. So what did that all lead to? We get the N-line tests. We kind of compare it, and so just show you the same picture. This is the picture at the end of the school year. So you can see compared to the beginning where everyone's doing about the same, you have a massive right shift over. And in fact, the shift is so big, it's almost half a standard deviation higher, which for those doing research and education policy, it's one of the largest effects that I've ever come across for any type of policy or program looking at, especially in an experimental setting. And so sometimes I think the 2 sigma problem that Bloom came out with years ago, if you look at the experiment, it was kind of choppy and small experiments. Maybe we should make this the half sigma problem that everyone is trying to solve. And so you can see a rightward shift. It's not just coming from those on the right wing, it's coming from all the distributions. If we want, we can break this up. This is kind of how this looks like from an actual table with standard errors, but the picture is probably more interesting to look at. But basically, you can see whether we're using the N-line sample or the baseline sample, when we adjust for the fact that there are a few schools that were not actually receiving the program, the effects are around about the same, about either 40% of the standard deviation increase or 47%. How this looks like, if we plot the schools, at the bottom line, we have the average weekly school practice, or the average practice in each school, and on the left is the average learning gains. So remember, the average weekly practice for the treated schools is an additional 50 minutes per week, and then you have increase in learning gains of about 0.5. But if you actually look at it over, you can see the circle dots are the control schools. So basically, all of the control schools are about 0 practice, okay? And the triangles are the treated schools. So even among the treated schools, there was a bit of variability, but you can see a massive right shift. And there's some schools managing to do, over 60 or 65 minutes of practice. There is a bit of a linear relationship here, and that's consistent with what we found in other studies, that there seems to be a pattern here is that the more practice, the higher the learning gains. And in this particular study, we got the practice up very high, even on average. And it appears that if you just at least chart the pattern, the same pattern seems to hold up, is that even among the treated schools, those that got practice up even higher were the ones that had the even higher learning gains. The short version of this panel is that when we try to look at, we have a few characteristics of the schools that we can look at to see if did the results differ by whether they were all boys schools or all girls schools, or based on the development index or the students' previous performance. The short answer is that we don't really observe anything statistically different across groups, that the learning gains seem to be consistent, both for all boys schools and all girls schools, both for low ability students or high ability students. We don't find any one particular group of students where the results are being driven by. So it seems to be consistent across all groups. And so I just have 2 more slides here, just in terms of to wrap things up on these short summary of the results. By the way, the paper just came out on Monday, so there's a link on it. There's a lot more detail on like some of these smaller, but I think this is a good overview of it. So in general, in summary, the results demonstrate that there are benefits from facilitating high dosage levels of Khan Academy. In particular, 1 or 2 math sessions a week of this kind of practice, maybe some follow-up homework, working over the break, really seems to generate large gains. The treatment students, if you can also look and measure practice in terms of skills leveled up, which is another advantage of computer-assisted learning. So you can see that the students are mastering about one additional skill per hour of practice, more than the control students. If you look at the overall cost, there's more details in the paper that breaks up. It is about $14 per student. And you can imagine that teachers and schools may be able to take the role of the lab in charge going forward. So the key features here are dedicated practice sessions, ensuring that the technology is working and get the rostering in order, providing the student motivation and monitoring, and just being more accountable for ensuring that the practice is actually occurring and monitoring the quality of that practice. So in conclusion, I've run a lot of experiments in the last few years. This one is by far the one that's gone the most well. Usually experiments, you start with an idea and you spend most of the time trying to deal with problems on implementation along the way. But this one, again, a lot of credit to DBEC, seems to have gone really well into implementation. As a result, it really boosted practice, and also as a result seemed to have boosted learning gains in the order of about half a standard deviation, which is one of the largest gains that we've seen in the EdTech literature. And so the key takeaways is that Khan Academy seems to help kids when it's used effectively. There seems to be a pattern of more usage and more learning gains. Implementation barriers matter, and so trying to address those seems to be key for generating efficacy. And all of this was without Khanmigo. So this is just using computer-assisted learning and how it's set up. When the student's making a mistake, they're accessing videos and solutions, and they're able to get help. So everyone is interested in the additional gains that might happen if you add on to that an AI tutor that's interactive. And I think, as Sal said, it may take some time to figure out how to get that right, but there's a lot of intriguing potentials for that. So this is a great starting point, and we have to continue the discussion where we can go from there. Thanks.
Thanks, Phil. So we will open the floor for questions. So we will only take 2-3 questions immediately. After that, we will actually do a detailed dive in about the whole field implementation. So yeah, these are your questions for then. Probably we will answer them in the discussion, but 2-3 questions we can take right away. Yeah. So first.
Hi, thank you, Phil, and amazing results, Khan Academy. Congratulations to the team. Phil, just want to understand if we were able to debrief with outliers, schools or students to understand if holding the learning time constant, how kids used Khan Academy or how schools implemented Khan Academy. Were there differences in learning gain, and are there any learnings on how you want to implement it, apart from just ensuring dosage?
I think it's a really good question on exactly what was being done in the classroom. Deepak might be able to actually answer a little bit, but my understanding is that there are different ways to use Cal. A typical way that is done in school is to have some understanding is what the general topic that the teacher is working on, and from that provide a matching assignment that students can work on Khan Academy with, and that the students have the opportunity to reinforce their learning by, say, watching the video, and then they practice the problems, and then it gives sort of immediate feedback. Imagine just like you know, in math classes, you go give some instruction, and now you want the students to kind of practice to see if they can solve it on their own. Computer-assisted learning offers this approach to practicing that provides more immediate feedback and the opportunity to learn from that if you're making mistakes. So that, I think that's general the way is people are doing it. If a student is more further behind, a teacher has the option of giving them earlier work to work on so that they have to catch up and first understand the earlier material. So some of that is based on the individual level. So there's a sort of always a bit of a tension or between what the teacher wants the students to be practicing on and what the individual might be capable of practicing on.
Thank you.
Sorry, just wanted to, we'll discuss this more in the panel, but the variation in learning is not coming from like some schools adopting less or some schools adopting more. It is coming more from individual school situation. And I will expand more on this in the panel. Yeah.
Yeah, I have one more question. Can I go on? Hi, I'm Lakshmi. Thank you for the study. I have a question in terms of, were you able to capture the contextual factors of all these 105 schools across? Because usually the results seem amazing, but these contextual factors are the ones which will kind of help us design better programs with, let's say, a CAL or any other EdTech tool. That was my question. Yeah.
Not so.
Maybe like, you know, the lab in charges, like across these schools, if there were lab in charges where sometimes you saw higher learning gains, were they kind of, what was their education? Were they actually users of Khan Academy? We don't know. So those sort of contextual factors.
Let me just emphasize first that all of these gains are average in an experimental setting. So one thing that empirical researchers and those from JPAL emphasize is the importance of making sure that we have comparable groups. So regardless of all the different variation happening with across schools, because we've randomized, we can at least say these two groups on average were the same. And so the key difference between the schools that received the lab in charges was the program itself. And so when we look at the average changes, we can credibly attribute the difference in the outcomes to the difference in the single program that was implemented. Now, some schools may have been implemented better than others, but the results are capturing what's happening on average. And now we can dig deeper within those average results. We can try to understand what was actually happening on the ground, but that's more of a descriptive analysis that I think we're going to get into more details like throughout the rest of the day.
Yeah, maybe we'll just take one more question. Sorry, I think Harish,
Recording
you had
stopped.
Yeah. So yeah, Harish.
Thanks for this, Phil. This is a great piece of research. Congrats to the Khan Academy team as well. Quick question on the instances of usage of teachers to assign work that was different from what was being taught in the grade. So was it a common occurrence to see teachers assign work to some students who were, say, behind, or was the teacher assigning work which was standardized?
Deepak was on the floor a little bit more on that. So, but you're right, it can be used for either. He'll know a little bit more on the reality of what actually happened.
So what we did, we started with the grade level course, but when we saw that the performance, so if you see our platform, we already have a bridge course. So whenever we create our courses on the platform, we have a grade level course, but we also create a bridge course, which we feel student can review if they are not ready or up to the mark to that grade level. So we used bridge courses. to answer your question, initially we started with the grade level courses. We saw students are very far behind. So we used bridge courses for at least one month or 6 weeks. Then we did the progression of that unit level sequential thing. And within that, we had multiple loops. It will not be possible to get into all the details, but yeah, some of them we will discuss. Yeah.
Maybe I can just add one more thing here, little bit of a digression from the topic of discussion, which is the study itself. But just to give you some context, in India, this is kind of a standard feature in our programs across the other state partnerships, where the teachers typically start the school year at BTS, back to school time, with the bridge level courses. And pre-summer time is mostly focused on using Khan Academy for the bridge courses to help build that foundation and close some of those learning gaps so that the students are equipped to be able to take the grade level courses once they're back from the summertime. And some states also provide it as holiday homework for the students, where again, the teachers are assigning it and the students are doing it during holidays, but they don't rely on it. It's an optional thing. So it is kind of, so usage of lower than grade level courses to catch up is a pretty standard feature in our design for our programs across the country, and was similar in the social welfare as well.
Okay, so now we will just set up for the panel, and yeah, we will dive deeper into all these questions in detail. Yeah.
So as we are setting up, let's segue to the next conversation. Evidence tells us what is possible, and Phil's session before has just demonstrated that. But implementation actually determines whether this impact can be actually realized on ground and to what extent. Many of us have learned this the hard way. We are all together here talking about implementation, talking about evidence on a Thursday morning. But we have schools that are dealing today as we speak with large class sizes, limited resources, and competing priorities. And we know that on-ground implementation is much harder. So the next session focuses on just that. How can we look at what it really takes to implement a high-fidelity program at scale? This panel is going to get together perspectives from research, implementation, and from the government school system. And now let's call our panelists. We'll re-invite Professor Philip Oreopoulos. Please take stage one more time. We also have Preeti Ma'am, Principal ATS Korihar. Deepak Agarwal, the man of the hour, Head of Monitoring and Evaluation at Khan Academy, India. And this session is going to be moderated by Samar Bajaj, Head of Education, MSDF India. Over to you, Samar.
Thank you. Thanks everyone for joining us today, and great set of sessions just before this. So I'll just do a little bit of a setup and then we'll get straight into the panel. The idea today is to go a little bit into what was really happening on the ground and how these fantastic results were achieved. What was very, very heartening for me to see was, even the title of Professor Phil's presentation, where you're really talking about like moving from these shiny products or just kind of providing universal access to saying, okay, like usage also really has to be driven. So you can have something that works, but unless and until like kids are using it and they're really kind of reaching some sort of threshold dosage levels, it is going to be hard to see that learning impact. And just if I even look at, all of the studies where there was a lot of narrative around mixed results, I think it was around whether, computer assisted learning works, whether PAL works. But I think what I really teased out of this study was that like usage matters and usage will lead to learning gains. And I want to spend, I think, most of our discussion today actually unpacking that usage and how we made it happen. But before we get into that, I think just a little bit of the setup. So I have two questions. The first, I'll start with you, Deepak. You know, like, how did you guys even think about the study? What was happening? And how did you decide, okay, like, you know, there's a target threshold that we want to use? So just talk us through some of the practical aspects of setting this up.
Yeah, thanks, Amal. Yeah. So I will definitely start, and then I would also request Preeti ma'am to add. So social welfare schools are residential schools, and these are like students who come here are from economically weak background, right? So we know that in general, students in India are behind. So these students are actually definitely behind, and they need support when they come to grade 6 in these schools. So the department was very clear that the normal 9 to 4 schooling is not going to work if you want these students to come to speed. And that is where they felt that Khan Academy can help, right? So that is the start of the partnership that we started with. And the other important point is that we all talk about grade 10, grade 12 exams, and the director and deputy director said social welfare department actually told us that for us to improve students in grade 10, we have to start from grade 6, you know, and that was very, very heartening to listen to. So that is where this whole partnership started. And then we started in November 22, we signed the MOU, and 23-24 was the first year when we started the program. We trained teachers, and we also tried to train students. But we know that in the first year, the ramp up always takes time, right? And teachers have a lot of pressure on them, right? So it's not only like they have to teach. These are residential schools. They have responsibility of students, you know. So when you talk to these teachers, they will tell you things which you will never imagine, that okay, this is also a responsibility, so that those things take priority, right? So we then figured out that okay, in this journey we have to definitely support teachers a lot more than what we imagined earlier. And that's where this idea of like saying that okay, let's do a pilot where we have a very foolproof evidence that okay, Khan Academy, if teachers will put in their effort to make these sessions happen, then their learning level will improve. And that is how we then thought about the study, and then we sort of reached Professor Philip, and we added started his journey. Preeti ma'am, if you want to add to some of this, like the schools and the responsibilities that you do, and maybe some explanation of your students. Yeah.
Okay, so what I should say? First of all, hello to everyone. So this program was started, I think, 1 or 2 years back, and first of all, teachers and principals also, I can say that they were resistant about it, because teachers were also suspicious that it might replace us. Has it come to replace us? But when we started, so first of all, this it was having, I think it was about maths. So maths is, as we have been told during the whole discussion, that maths is a difficult subject. So when it came that a tool can come and it could help the teachers and students, so we thought we could give it a try. So then it was in Hindi medium also. So that was a plus point, because all the students we are also having Hindi medium, and we are having UP board. We are not a CBSE board school. Some of them are CBSE board also. So then it was a blend of online and offline teaching, you can say. Teachers were also involved. We need teachers. We need, most of the online classes, there is just online classes. There are online teachers. But in this Khan Academy classes, we have the teachers also, school teachers, and there are some questions, some introductory videos are there. So both are helping each other, we can say. What I found helpful was that teacher was able to keep eye on all the students. She can see what all the students are doing. We have around 60 to 70 students in each class. So it becomes very difficult for the teacher to watch all the students, what everybody is doing. Some students are good, some students are not that good. So teachers are having you can say a data is there. So that data helps them that how many students are working and how many are not doing it. So this was also a good thing. And so as you can see, these schools are having students which belong to very backward society, you can say. We have more than 75% of SC students, when we have OBC, and 10% of general students. So socially backward, and they also have low income background. So when they come to see, we have a tab lab in every school. I was also having a tab lab where around 20 to 24 tabs are there. So we take the students in that tab lab. Now students are getting closer to the technology, and maths is a subject which is, you know, it is having technology. It's going to be, it needs technology. I think it is making the students closer. And tech savvy also. I'm a principal of girls' school. So girls become more tech savvy from the class 6th only. So in that way, we found that they are starting using the tablets, the computers. So these things were also helping it. And then gradually, we were finding that, yeah, it's helpful for the students and also to the teachers in certain ways. So that's how it's going on. And I can say that if Khan Academy will keep on upgrading itself, then that will be much more helpful for the schools, teachers, and students also. There are so many obstacles are also there, which we will discuss, I think, later. Yeah.
Thank you. Phil, just a little bit more on, this whole, I would say, idea of trying to test how usage could be pushed up and, whether that would lead to results. Like, in your global research, have you seen other models beyond the lab in charge model to drive usage? There are many things, like you can do a lot more teacher training, you can create a lot more top-down directives to say, okay, use more, this is a threshold you have to. So I think just in terms of the different options that were available at the start of the study design, like what kind of attracted you to this idea? Curious to know.
Okay, so first thing is it is a common problem everywhere for everyone using Cal, is that the degree of usage just varies a lot. Often it depends on the degree of, how aware an administrator or a teacher is in understanding the technology and how much they buy in. If a student, a teacher sometimes will treat the Cal as optional and dabble in it here and there, and another teacher will embed it into their curriculum closely. And so the word buy-in comes up a lot when we sort of go on the field and try to understand who are the teachers that seem to use the technology more, and those who have spent the time to try to understand it and how it incorporates into the technology are the ones who appear to be most successful in using it regularly. And when you go into a classroom with a teacher that has a very high dosage, it's quite different than from when you it's a treat to see those classrooms, because often the teacher just manages the situation in a way the students are also become motivated in wanting to use it because they start to see the successes along. So it's kind of a nice circular thing that the more the students use it from the teachers that promote it, the more they get into it and want to do more.
And Deepak, like as you all were getting into hiring these lab in charges, if you could touch on two things, like one, what kind of step up or like capabilities did they need to build? Because these are also kind of actors coming in from outside the system. They may be tech savvy, but they're not well ingrained. They could also be younger. They're not, like hierarchically, how do they work with teachers, school leaders, etc. And then, just to build a little bit on what Dr. Phil was saying, that what were the things that they were tracking in the school beyond usage, like, teacher buy-in, the quality of usage, like what was, like if you can, double click on just the beyond the headline number of student engagement.
Yeah. No, I think this is very pertinent, like the role of supervisor and how do you hire them, right? So we were very clear upfront that we want a model which is practical, sustainable. We don't want really very well qualified supervisors in the school where it becomes very confusing whether the benefit is because of the program and the dosage or because of these supervisors who are very well qualified. So I would say, if in a very like in a one line, if I have to give a sense of who these supervisors were, they were like local folks at a data entry operator level, like who at least can open computer, can open Khan Academy platform, and we did not require them to have any B.Ed degree or anything. Just that from their attitude, we got that sense that they will be good with students. That safety is definitely very important. They have ability to deal with principals and teachers and work with them. So I will say, if I have to really say, these were the three qualifying criteria. Like they should know basic computer knowledge. They should be able to run Khan Academy platform with our training. That they should be good with students. They should be able to. They should be comfortable. They should be able to manage them without really scolding them or like. And then they should be able to manage principals and teachers and work with them to run the program, right? So that is what we did, and it was one of the hard part, like hiring these supervisors, screening them, and making sure that we hire folks who are going to be with us for at least 7-8 months was definitely one of the hard part. And then second is coming to this point of dosage and quality dosage and data tracking, right? So Khan Academy platform itself is very powerful in that way. Like it actually has a lot of data which teachers can see, and if I have to like really categorize them, the teachers and students can very clearly see. Let's say there's a class 6 math course which has maybe 50 skills. So both of them, teacher and student, can in a very transparent manner track which skill I've learned and which skill I've not learned, right? Then you also get some idea on, if you are assigning some assignment or unit, how many students have attempted that unit, how many students have performed well or performed poorly on that. So that was all the data which supervisors in partnership with teachers were tracking to guide the program. And as I was earlier saying, that we started because we did the baseline assessment, but we still decided that, okay, let's start the program with the unit which is being taught in the class, right? Because we wanted to not run a parallel system. We wanted to run a program which is a teacher can run, right? But yeah, students were sort of struggling. So we recommended them to do the bridge course. Again, we did not really try to do something which where supervisors or we are holding them a lot. It was like generic instructions that supervisors and teachers can run, like assign bridge course to all the students. The students who complete the bridge course, move them to the unit 1, right? Or the students who are performing very poorly on the bridge course, make them repeat that bridge course. So these are like simple instructions which teachers and supervisors can follow on their own, right? So that is how we sort of calibrated. And the quality of usage is something which I would say that was another learning, that you get students in front of the laptop, but they also need a lot of guidance on how to use Cal platform, not or Khan Academy from the point of view like clicking, but from the point of view of what is happening in their brains. What are they actively engaging or not engaging, right? So we tried some webinars, some posters where we tried to motivate these students, tried to coach them why learning math is important, that they should not worry about asking questions, that they should, when they're trying to solve a question, they should first try to solve it in rough copy, right? So to give one example, where we gave them Khan Academy stickers, and we told them that, okay, you have to paste this sticker on your notebook, and you will only be allowed to come to lab if you have that notebook with you, right? So those were the, so I will probably elaborate more on this later, but those were some of the things which we did to make sure that the quality of we meet both parameters, the usage parameter and the quality of usage parameter.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that. I think that was one reflection which had stood out to me in one of my Khan Academy school visits also, is that all the kids were actually solving their math problems with their notebook on the side. And sometimes when you will go to labs, you will see that kids are on the screen and they're clicking through all the multiple choice questions, but they're not actually spending the time to understand the concept. So yeah, I think the smaller details on how students are actually using it, some of it is visible through the data, and then some of it is much more qualitative, is important, I think, as all of us think about how do we really start to scale this up. Preeti ma'am, I wanted to understand from you ki, like, what was the school's reaction jab ye lab in charge aaye, and they would have been there for a period of 6 to 7 months during the study, and I'm guessing maybe some schools are still continuing with the lab in charge model. So how have you seen the change in the teachers and your own receptivity ki unka role kya hai, and like what is your own openness to having somebody from outside come, and where did you see ki sabse zyada value lab in charge model se add ho raha hai?
Yeah, I feel that after having these lab in charges, the teachers were quite relaxed because their burden was reduced. So now we can have lab in charges. The teachers are taking their other classes. The lab in charge we are having is very good, very supportive. Students are also liking, and they want to continue. Teachers also want to have the lab in charges. I don't think that it would be, because after their coming, this it has got a speed up. It has taken the pace after that only, because before that teachers were already having so much work, and we also face shortage of teachers also. We are not having extra teachers. So if there is we were till now we were having only one maths teacher. So we don't have extra teachers who can take other things also. So that's why when you assigned lab in charges, that was very helpful for us, and we would like to continue them.
And ma'am, how did you go about some of the practical constraints that, like, you may have 60 or 70 students in a class, but there is only 20 to 25 tablets, then there is only one teacher. So how would you go about splitting them up, understanding which groups should get how much time, when they should use it?
We have made some periods for Khan Academy, some specific periods are there, and the students have to go through for a 30-minute session. So in a period, around 20 to 22 students can take part, and then since our class is having more than 50 students, sometimes 40 students, sometimes some students are not there, they are absent. So that's how we do it. We are having internet connectivity is also very important. Sometimes if there is some problem, then the classes could not take place. But I ensure these things that such things do not happen.
So I will just add to that. So like as Preeti ma'am said, like there are more students than devices. So in all the schools, we could not ensure one-to-one device. So, but it was mixed. So every school was very different situation. Again, we could not really plan for each school situation. So the simple instruction for supervisor was that you have to, how many students are there? If one-to-one you are able to manage, well and good. Otherwise, you pair the students, right? And we just
Sometimes
paired.
we have group of students also, but every student has to log in there, then only their progress will be shown. So that's for that every student need to sign up there.
And in that case, what we used to do, like we one student used to sign for first 15 minutes, the other student, then the another student used to sign for next 15 minutes, and that is how we continued the practice. And one more thing which I wanted to add here is that in social work schools, because these are residential schools, you always have a decent amount of drop off. So students come, but then they feel homesick, so they go off. And Phil showed that great chart of our usage. So you see there are two big diffs going. So one is Diwali, and so the actually school only closes for 1 week, but the students are absent for 3 weeks. Then similarly during winter break, so so
No,
school
we
is
have got quite strict about it that they have to come back after the holidays. Before earlier, there were some. It was not so much strictness was not there, but now we have showed
Yes.
no, you have to come back as soon as possible.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
So what were the biggest challenges in implementation, and what did they teach you?
Yeah, I would also invite Phil to add to that. So we did a lot of discussion on this. Like every fortnight we used to sort of see, okay, how things are going and what we can do, what will make sense, what is sustainable, right? And so there were like three big things. One is like the school calendar is very very busy. Like apart from, so they will have a sports event, cultural event, monthly unit test. Then monsoon also doesn't help, and then winter breaks and cold waves and smog. So all that happens during a school year, right? So that was the biggest test. That how do you make sure that that continuity is maintained while you have all these disturbances which come your way, and some of this is out of your control, right? So what the only thing we could do was like we used to tell supervisors, be informed and anticipate beforehand, like okay, where things might go wrong and where we may have to have a backup plan. Then second was like a infrastructure issue. So these schools, one good thing about social welfare school is that all the schools had around 30 tablets, and they had amazing labs and charging stations and everything, right? But internet was still something which was unsolved for. Literacy is something which is a bit unsolved for. So
Because most of the schools are in rural backgrounds. They are quite far from the city. So there is internet connectivity is a big problem.
so Phil
We had
mentioned that
managed somehow, but
yeah.
so many schools are not able to manage it.
Yeah. So Phil mentioned that we had to drop 5 schools because of that. Like in those schools, it was just not possible to solve for the internet and electricity issues, right? So, but in other places, there are like small issues which crop up, like router has stopped working, or like the electricity
Yeah,
backup is not
electricity is
working.
also a big problem.
Yeah. So we continued maintaining connect with the school and the department to solve for these issues. And the third one is, as I said, student motivation and coaching them how to sort of do effective learning, that quality dosage. So those are the big three which we sort of kept pace at. And for this, so infrastructure we spoke about, the calendar we spoke about. For student motivation and coaching them, we used a lot of posters, webinars, we used streak campaigns where we said that okay, if you maintain a streak, so everybody is familiar with the streak concept, like weekly you have to use the program and you have to learn one skill, and if you do that you will maintain your streak, and if you get a streak of 5 or if you get a streak of 10, then we get we gave something very very simple, like badges. It was not like very monetary wise, it was not something which nobody can do. It was very simple things, like you can give them badges, and you can get them recognized in the school assembly, right? So those are the things we did, and students like really love it. Like they just want some recognition. So it can be in any form, and we saw that these sort of campaigns, webinars, posters, over the 6-month period, we saw their change in behavior, and we saw them doing more and more active learning, more and more active practice on the platform. One thing which we could not solve for is get them to watch videos with patience. So
That's a very big problem.
So yeah, so anybody who has any solution for this problem, please reach out to me. So we could
Yeah,
not
I can
get
say
them
that
to
we should have some kind of gadget which could be just used for educational purposes.
yes, yeah. So those were the big ones, yeah.
Professor Phil, would you like to add something on, implementation challenges?
Sure. So definitely scheduling time for the practice seems to be a big necessary but not sufficient condition for things to happen well. So once that time is allocated and everyone agrees that that's when the practice time, it really opens up to everything else that can happen within that time. So that's like on the sort of structure setup, which is really important. And then on the student side, student motivation is always a big problem, but you can see that if a teacher can get to the student, or a parent can look over the shoulder of a student to get them seeing that they can make incremental progress, then that progress turns into intrinsic motivation. So there is sort of the potential there for all students that once they kind of realize that they too can get good at math, and they're like, oh, I can see this. You have these little wins. So like, I just went up a skill today, and now I went up a skill. So even though I'm behind, I can see that I'm learning. If you can get them to that level, then they can become intrinsically motivated.
Got it. Thank you. Switching gears, I think, from the implementation to the results, and also like, what this means a bit more broadly. I know we'll cover it in, different ways rest of the day as well. But like, could you just explain to us like what half a year of learning means? Also, like, what does this intervention mean? How does it stack up with some of the other global studies in terms of cost effectiveness? And like, how excited are you around the potential of this going big?
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that, because I don't think I mentioned that in the study. A half a standard deviation. What is, so when we talk about standard deviation, it just means like in typically in where you perform on a test, there's a distribution, and there's a variance around that distribution, and you can sort of measure someone's progress on moving from one end of the distribution to the other, and we sort of can normalize that or compare across places in terms of standard deviation. But then you can, in terms of making that more understanding, some people have noted that you can translate someone's movement from 1 year to the X of learning, how they move from one part of where they would land if they took the test at the start of grade 6, and where they would land to the end of the grade 6. So it gives a way of understanding. So a movement of half a standard deviation is about as much as someone moves from an entire year of school in math. And then the other thing that I think it has gone unsaid is we're looking at math here. Like it's worth just highlighting or mentioning why do we care about like improving math scores. And I just remember like I had my daughter work on some of this stuff, and I asked her once like, why are we studying math? And she thought about it, and eventually she kind of said to get mathy, and which I thought is the best answer, because it's like if they can, with sort of some sense, is that if they're getting better at math, they're getting better at critical thinking. And so I think that's cool. But I think there's also on the research side is that if we can solve the math problem, then we can go from there and trying to think about reading and science and other subjects. Like there's potential in trying to help in those other subjects as well.
And just to, kind of double click on the year of learning, is that year of learning subjective or relative to the study? So is it like how much more they're learning compared to kids in the control group? Are these standard benchmarks of what a good year of learning looks like, what a bad year of learning looks like? Because like what we've seen in many of our studies is the control group doesn't move at all. And I'm not sure whether that's true in the distribution, but the gains are so minimal. So how do you think about the year of learning, and how should we all interpret it?
So when we say a standard deviation of score, in general, there is always sort of a distribution in performance on a math score, and whether, regardless of grade or regardless of where you're coming from. And so we do this approach because it's comparable across different tests and different grades, because it allows you to get some rough approximation of what it means from moving from one end of the distribution to the other. And it does allow you to sort of make comparable statements across different studies. And so for the control group is still learning. Like on average, people move and improve learning. It's just that the treatment is improving even more. And how much are they improving more? It's relative to what the distribution looks like.
if time permits, I can maybe try to explain a bit more this in a like more simpler language. So basically, when you talk about an intervention, in any other field, you have a static point to start, and then you say whether there's a point which you moved up or down, right? And by seeing that delta, you are able to say whether your intervention worked or not. But in education, the point is not static. The student is anyhow in school, he's anyhow growing and he's learning from all his whole ecosystem. So the point which we are trying to move is already a moving target. So what you need to do, you don't measure a delta, you measure a difference in difference. You do double delta. So what is the first delta? So the first delta is saying in a typical setting, in a typical government school, how much a student learns in a year. And as Phil mentioned, that number tends to be 0.2 to 0.4 standard deviation. So research after research show that students in a 1 year generally learn by 0.2 to 0.4 standard deviation. Now that is your normal schooling. What are we doing now? We are on top of that, we are adding an intervention. So now for that intervention to work, a student should learn more than that 0.4 standard deviation which he was anyhow supposed to learn. And our study shows that that happened. And that additional delta is again 0.4. So we are saying that in a normal school here, whatever he would have learned, a student in treatment learned at twice the rate. So that again, all these are like crude estimates. So Phil used a term of like more than 1 year. That's why we are using more than 1 year, not exactly 1 year, because the range is 0.2 to 0.4. So I was pushing him to say almost 2 years worth of learning. He settled down more than 1 year.
And both are true.
And both are true, yeah.
Great. So I will just wrap up my last question with Preeti ma'am, and then we'll open it up to the audience. Ma'am, if we had to take this now to, all of the schools in UP, what do you think, and you were in charge of it, what do you think we should be telling the principals and the teachers that why this program should be adopted?
Well, I will say that yes, you should adopt this program. It's a new thing. Till now, we have been teaching the conventional way, but it's a new experiment. We can say it's a kind of experiment. We could see the results will come. We will have to wait for it. We will have to see that what will really happen. But I feel that as a sir was also saying that maths is a very difficult subject. Every student is most of the students are weak in it, and if they build confidence in that subject somehow, we can use different things for that. So we can use also Khan Academy also. So if confidence is built up somehow, then they can be good in other subjects also, because that confidence is very important. So and this is one thing is that if we can make Khan Academy sessions more interesting in from the lower grades to the higher grades. In higher classes, they don't have much time. But if the student will feel from the lower grades that it's very helpful, it's interesting, like they have added some things like they clap. When somebody solves the question, they make a clapping, or they
that girl was saying कि जोर के star का sound आता है
like gamings. Why children want to go for gamings? So maths could be also you joined with such things, and if they will be if successful in doing that, I want that students should be spontaneous about it. No, I want to use it. We should not be pushing them. No, you have to complete this 30-minute session because you have to do it. So yeah, the students should say that no, I want to do it. Then it can
moving
be more
from a
much more
push to a
successful.
pull model for
And for higher classes also, if the students will feel no, I can sometimes they are hesitant to the teachers, or the teachers are not having that much time, so I can do solve my problems with Khan Academy. So they will be relying on that, I think so. So in this way, Khan Academy can build a trust in the student. You will have to build trust in them that if a teacher is not there, Khan Academy is there to help me. So that's how we can do it, I think.
And just to add, the results ma'am were referring to is the board results, which so these students will take next year. So fingers crossed for that. Yeah.
Amazing. I'm sure they'll do exceptionally well. Maybe we'll open it up for questions. We have till 12:30, so.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to know if we introduce something new, children are so excited to learn, and maybe after 1 or 2 years, I'm just going beyond implementation to sustainability. Somehow, we feel as a teacher, we feel they introduce with they lose interest with the same platform. Have you faced any challenges like that? If it is so, then how are you coping up with? Because as a teacher, I change my mode of teaching. If I use I see computer one day, the next day I use something else. So how do you cope up with the interest of the children to sustain that, or any challenges you faced or you are facing? Yeah.
No, so I think that novelty factor is definitely at play, but I feel that I wouldn't say that their interest fades away. I would say they get distracted very easily. So just phrasing what you said slightly differently, that they will try something new, then they also want to try other things, and so that is a constant uh, fear, and that is where we're seeing that supervised. So we never say that students or like young students should use Khan Academy platform on your own or on their own. We say that it should be supervised by teachers or by parents, somebody who's always looking over your shoulder that you are actually on the right track. So that is how we solve for it. But after that, how do you make sure that they engage with it more meaningfully? That is where I said that we took the help of posters. We tried to coach them that why math is important. Like we tried to tell them that uh, we gave them testimonials of their own friends that they spoke about that, okay, I use Khan Academy, then I learned this or that, right? We did webinars where we told them that, okay, maths importance, how to learn effectively, who are great mathematicians who have come from India, and so on, right? And then the campaign. So always these nudges help, like where you are sort of constantly making sure that students are focused on studies. Otherwise, if you leave them unsupervised, I think all of us know that students get distracted and one YouTube is just one click away. So you have to make sure that you monitor them.
Can I just quickly, it's possible that when AI comes out, it can help with that. So there's different ways that you can use it, or that it can try to understand, you can tell what hobbies you're interested in, and it can try to adopt to that when it's interacting with you more, just as a possibility.
No, totally, yeah.
Thank you, and many congratulations to the Khan Academy team. Phil, I had a question. So, what is in your mind the minimum dosage that will lead to what is the minimum dosage for a 0.2 standard deviation impact with Khan Academy?
So what we found, including some of the other studies, is that even small minimum doses, at least on average at the classroom level, can translate to small gains. We had in another study where teachers were changing Khan Academy practice even between 5 minutes a week versus 10 minutes a week, because we had such large data, we could kind of see a pattern that appeared to be linear gains. What I think that translates to at the student level is there's got to be at least some time where the student, if they make a mistake, they have time to keep working on it. And now we're getting more like anecdotal. Like, I don't know the answer to exactly that question, but it seems to be that you need to allocate some time for the students to set up their computers, turn them on, and make mistakes. Like, if you can't have it where a student is always not just always not getting it, but always getting it right is also, there's got to be some time where they make a mistake and they can go back and do it. And so, you know, how much time it is, like giving them an assignment where you give room for them to make a mistake and then go back and try it again or learn why they did it. How much time you need for that? You know, I think that the target is about right, you know, 30 minutes a week or something at least. So all of this stuff that we're finding is average. And so in the middle of that average are some students that are spending enough time that are practicing even more, while other students may not be getting enough out of it because they're practicing less.
Yeah, and if I may just add to that, so basically, this whole 120 minutes a month, which Philip spoke about, I think it's not like we said that, okay, you have to do Khan Academy for 30 minutes. It's like the model is more like, and Preeti ma'am spoke about online, offline. So I wanted to clarify that also. It's not like online, offline. It is basically online, she meant Khan Academy, and offline, she meant normal traditional schooling. So the idea is that the model is where we say that a teacher teaches math for 5 or 6 periods in a week, and she can or she should teach 4 periods out of those in a traditional way, where she is explaining a concept to a student, right? But math is not something which you only learn by listening. You learn by doing. So idea is then you give students 1 or 2 periods to practice on those concepts, and this 120-minute is sort of coming from there, where we say that 1 period a week students should get to practice on their own on the concept they have been told or they have been taught, right? And as Phil said, like we saw that graph, which was like we saw that this dosage response graph, where we were seeing a kind of linear relationship, right? So we are saying that around, so yeah, Phil will kill me for this, but so for 50 minutes we got around 0.44 dosage. So if you do a simple math, we are saying that maybe 25 to 30 minutes is what you will get 0.2 dosage. But again, the idea is not to say that you have to do 20 minutes or 30 minutes or 40 minutes. The idea is, as Phil said, that you have to decide what you want the students to do. What's your model? The model is learn something in class for a couple of periods, then practice on Khan Academy, then learn something on class, then practice on Khan Academy. So that's more important. That cycle, that loop which you close is more important. Yeah. No, totally, Gagan. Quality definitely matters. I think that is one of the other point which is very clear, that we got doses high, and then on top of that dosage, whatever dosage we got, even there we see the productivity gains in this study are much higher, and we attribute it to 2 things. One is like being aligned with the curriculum, and second, being able to activate some of these high quality parameters or practices within that classroom that sort of contributed to it. So Phil, yeah, if you want to add to that.
One thing, so we've been talking about measuring activity in terms of minutes, but you can also measure it in terms of skills leveling up, which actually turns out to be a more accurate relationship between skills leveled up and then learning gains later. And so you can, you know, and getting back to your question on like what's how much is minimum, it's nice if a student like during one session can progress at least one skill. I mean, it's a little bit more specific to Khan Academy than say with Cal in general. You can talk about minutes, but with Khan you have these you know, topics that are short, and the goal is, you know, you level up when you demonstrate that you can answer all the questions or most of the questions correct, and that's sort of a nice success thing. It would be nice to have that as at least over, you know, the end of one session to have at least leveled up at least once. There should be enough the teacher or the lab in charge should be able to observe some of that progression. If it's static, then some intervention is probably needed.
Perfect. I think we have time for one last question.
Okay, so just playing a devil's advocate over here. Imagine a scenario. I mean, I completely understand the effect that the gamification and the portal would have made to the students. But imagine a scenario where everything except Khan Academy is kept same, and instead of a Khan Academy, you're giving progressive worksheets which have the problems, which may have screenshots and other things of step-by-step solving. Do you expect, I mean, and all the other things remain same, the lab in charge, the, what do you say, the bridge course, the webinars, everything is kept same. So do you think that, do you expect a similar gain, or what will you see in such a scenario?
I think something which did not get, we could not really discuss a lot in detail is like, it's not simply students solving the question. They're like multiple. When we say Khan Academy platform, that platform, within that platform and within that whole activity of a student practicing, teacher assigning content, multiple things get activated. First is independent practice. So you are saying that worksheet. Okay, when you say we have these worksheet, my first question is who will make this worksheet and how many worksheet you can make. In a computer, it's possible to have a question bank of 10,000 questions, and it will automatically make those worksheets, right? So independent practice. Second is personalization. That student, the student who need to practice on fraction, he practices on fraction. The student who need to practice on decimal, he does that, right? Third is gamification elements. Fourth, which probably not gets talked about, is immediate feedback. So when you are listening in class to a teacher, she tells you how to solve fraction, and half the class thinks they know how to solve fraction. But when they actually go and try to solve it, that is when they get this realization, probably I do not know how to solve fraction. So this whole immediate feedback and independent practice is something which I feel we do not talk about when we say personalization and adaptivity. We focus more on personalization and adaptivity, but these elements we don't focus on. So in that computer setup, it's not about computer. It is about activating these learning principles, which probably you will not be able to do without them. Yeah.
Perfect. I think we are out of time, so can catch all the panelists over lunch. I just wanted to say a big thank you for sharing the insights. I think it's been a very, very busy year for efficacy studies in India's EdTech space. We had the EI, we have Khan Academy, we also had the Convergenius study out of U Chicago. So I think things are very, very exciting after a bunch of storm clouds that we had on, whether EdTech is really working. So very excited to see what comes next. Thank you so much.
What works, what doesn't, what works on ground. The next session, from evidence to scale, turning proof to practice, we are looking at taking this conversation one step further. We are looking at seeing, we've talked about the part that we all agree on. Yes, the proof is good, it's great, but now is where the real trade-offs begin, right? So now for this session, the focus is going to be on what the findings are and what they define for the broader education segment. How can evidence actually inform decisions by states, by funders, what scales affordably in public systems, and how we can design for sustainability in the long run. So for this, I would like to introduce our panel members. We have Professor Abhijit Singh, Education Co-Chair, JPAL. Kelly Hill, Global Head of Monitoring and Evaluation, Khan Academy. Satish Menon, Senior Program Officer, Gates Foundation. And we invite Gauri Gupta, Project Director, Central Square Foundation to moderate this session. Over to you, Gauri.
Is this working? One. Honestly, it's days like this that make all the effort that everyone has been putting in for so many years worthwhile and reinforces the faith that all of us have placed in EdTech. So many congratulations, Swati and the Khan Academy team. Incredible results, and for, to Phil for, conducting this study with so much rigor. We hope it will be able to inform policy at multiple levels within the education system in India. It is my pleasure to have all of you as part of the panel, academia, practitioners, funders. So I'm going to ask hard questions, and I'll start with you, Abhijit. In your mind, what is evidence which you feel excited about and which you feel is something that you would put your weight behind scaling, right? And how do you think about it as an academic versus how would you advise the government to think about evidence? Because we also know that the government is scaling a lot, right, which is not necessarily backed by evidence, right? So would your answer differ for yourself as an academic and a researcher versus what you would advise government to think about when they're looking at evidence?
Yeah, you weren't kidding about hard questions. I feel like I should be audible in a room roughly this large, but I can use a mic. I think maybe let's just start on the exact thing. What is it that I would feel very confident saying now relating to EdTech in India? And then, maybe more broadly about what are the things that I might suggest as a punt to governments, going like everything I know says this should work. So I think what we know now is that in the class of middle schools and in the class of schools that are consolidated schools, the ones that have like primary, middle, secondary, all in the same place. So that have the infrastructure, that have the staffing, that we have a model of implementation that works, and it works across multiple states and across multiple providers, right? And I think that's incredibly important for the ecosystem, because we know that single sourcing kills government procurement, right? So suddenly, and this is vastly different from even 12 months ago, that there are multiple players on the market who don't just have reach, but have independent teams that have shown that, as long as you can get any of these things to work, it's going to be much better than any of the default systems that we're doing right now. And that the models, in terms of what it implies inside a school day, is sufficiently similar that you can course correct. And as long as we can get it done, then all of these other improvements that will come into these platforms organically, especially with the other accelerating bit of improvements with AI, improvements with AI bots, with coaches, that will not require the government or the school to do anything differently. So once we get an implementation mode that establishes itself in the school, that all of these other productivity improvements would happen just organically. There are very, very few education interventions where we can say that just keep doing what you're doing and it'll just keep organically getting better. That almost never happens in, I work across a large class of problems. Phil works across a large class of problems. I would bet on tutoring well. And in India, like post-COVID, like the Ilam Thedi Kalvi program that Tamil Nadu did, that reached 3 million kids and saw like really large gains. So governments can do it, but it was a post-COVID pandemic response. You can't get 200,000 volunteers to just turn out and coach people otherwise. And with this, I think we can. The kind of things that I would suggest as a punt, where we don't know, but everything tells me it should be doable,
are versions, for example, none, I mean, of the 3 studies that have come out in the last year, only one has any kids in primary school, and those are not typical primary schools, right? Because those are schools in these integrated. Our government primary schools look very different. So that's going to require new logistical models. I'm incredibly optimistic that this would show up, and for very similar reasons as Phil, which is that as long as we can get usage and knowing what we know about default productivity in the Indian education system, I would put good money that this would work, but we haven't validated it there, right? So this is, I mean, one way of classifying this is what would normal person me suggest and what would referee me insist is like sufficient proofs are different parameters. But I think the fact that there's multiple studies of this is just incredibly useful for the system.
Wonderful. So I think what Abhijit is referring to are 3 studies which have come out this year, right? One for Mindspark in Rajasthan, the other for Convergenius in AP, and now Khan Academy in UP, right? And I don't think we've had a better year for EdTech in India. So this is all good news. You know, Satish, I'd ask you the same question, right? As a funder, right? What is your threshold for evidence where you would start really backing and investing, you know, interventions and solutions to scale? What does that look like from a Gates Foundation perspective?
Sure. Thanks. And first of all, echoing what Gauri said, that you know, the results have been incredibly great, and these are days we live for. So really excited about the following days. From a from a scaling up perspective, how we look at it, and you know, in my interactions with other funders as well, I see glimpses of that across the board. One is a rigorous and a meaningful evidence, and what I mean to say by that is something that may not only be statistically relevant but also pedagogically, educationally relevant. Sometimes when we look at you know, studies, we look at statistical relevance and sometimes fail to see the difference between that and the pedagogical and the educational relevance. So that's the first that we see as a starting point. The second is you know, how well it sets in realistic scenarios. Often you know, when we're doing pilots, we see guardrails which are built around, and you know, with guardrails, I mean to say that it's a very incubated environment, and when you hit the real you know, brutal world in a real classroom scenario with that much of a workload, that much practical challenges, things may or may not work. So how realistic would the initial scenario be is of prime importance. The third, I would say, would be the simplicity of both the instruction as well as the solution or the model. You know, just giving an example, you know, how well can this be integrated into a solution can be integrated into WhatsApp. So which means, you know, there's very less you know, resistance for the both in terms of adoptability but as well as the usage. You know, so how simplistic is that is something which helps us think through in terms of how relevant would that be, or I won't say relevant, but how easy would it be in terms of scale up. The fourth, I would say, would be in terms of how aligned it is it the government systems? Because at the end of the day, when the scale has to happen, philanthropic capital is a drop in the ocean. When it comes to scaling up, it's very important that the government systems need to be seen, and the relevancy right from the very beginning. It's important in terms of how you know, how a possibility of you know, scale up happens. The fifth, I would say, would be in terms of some of the cost constraints and seeing what would be the usage cost, because pilot is one, but when it scales up, what is the usage, and how you know, how can we define value for money for the government, which will anyway be spending an X amount to achieve a certain result, but you know, how what's the marginal cost when we scale it up to a certain higher level. And the sixth and the last one I would say would be in terms of the flexibility in the system, because how much, because each state are different, within the state districts are different. How flexible would the model be in terms of changes, and post the research, how much can we change in that, is something which makes the scale-up possibility much more brighter.
Yeah, no, all of that makes so much sense. And I think just taking a lot of learning from the path that, Abhijit, you and Karthik followed with MindSpark, right? Where, first you conducted the MindSpark study within the Delhi centers, right? Gave it all that we could, right? To figure out in some ways whether the solution itself was working or not. And coming up with certain lead indicators to say that, look, this is the kind of engagement that we need to drive, right? And then doing a follow-up study in Rajasthan to say that, look, when we are working with the constraints of a government system, are we able to achieve the lead indicators, and what is the cost that it would take to get there? So, Kelly, I wanted to come to you with that to say that, look, there is an invisible cost of almost doing all this to a product company, right? And in your mind as a solution, right, what does it take for you all to, get ready for evidence building, right? And because it is a huge cost, right? It requires attention. You need to set up your monitoring systems. Can you talk to us a little bit about what it takes to get a product ready for evaluation?
Sure. So as Sal mentioned earlier, Khan Academy has had many studies dating back to, at least 10 years ago, full body of evidence to demonstrate how it works. And so I think some of the main things we need in order to get a study in order, aside from the technical of like data sharing agreements and an external assessment and those sorts of things, is having data from our platform that gives insights as it relates to not only engagement, like time on the platform, that's necessary, but not the only thing. We also want some indicator of learning, how much learning is happening on the platform. And so we focus a lot on skills to proficient. And so when you're practicing on Khan Academy, we want to see that the practice is productive and that you are learning in that practice and increasing those skills. If you just spend all of your time watching videos, that's not going to be as effective for learning as active practice is. And so doing those sorts of things gives us leading indicators to let us know, if systems are on track to kind of meet their targets or their goals that they have for their implementation. So that researchers like Phil and others, and then we also have in-house researchers as well that are able to conduct these various studies to help generate a body of evidence. But it's not just, the study is on the side. There's also like a really critical implementation piece. Not all partners are in the US and abroad globally, we've had different studies that didn't pan out the way that we wanted it to. And the main reason is because of the lack of a strong implementation. And so you really need a full system of buy-in and leadership support. And so the product can take you so far, but you need that surrounding system. In the case of the study that Phil did, it was the lab in charges that kind of really helped to drive that implementation to make sure that the kids were hitting that threshold, and not only hitting the threshold, but also increasing their skills as well. We talked a lot about time. We didn't talk as much about skills to proficient, but that was a really critical aspect in monitoring implementation. And so, so I think that it's a whole system working together to ensure the implementation is strong. And then we have loads of evidence, and now even more rigorous evidence, that when you have that strong implementation, then you'll get the impact. And we also use the evidence from studies to learn more and improve our products. That's kind of done behind the scenes, trying to understand what can we be doing on the product side. We know the lab in charges in this study help to motivate students to keep them going. What kind of product features can we be building to help to, motivate students and maybe get them more intrinsically motivated to use Khan Academy more? So those are some of the things that we think about.
Wonderful. And I'll come back to you, Abhijit, with the question, which is that now that, for example, we have this study on Khan Academy, right? And it's a RCT indicating that, 47 minutes of usage a week is leading to a, significant improvement in learning outcomes. In your mind as a researcher, would you like this implementation to get repeated in non-ideal conditions without lab in charges, for example, to then advocate to government that, yes, you should be doing this? Or do you think this is sufficient enough evidence with leading indicators of the engagement time, for us to make, recommendations to government? I mean, it's extremely confusing, for ecosystem players like us to say that, look, do you keep doing studies again and again and again, or is there a place you stop and you feel comfortable that, look, this is good, right? And I can comfortably go and advocate for something.
I think we can be pretty comfortable that if it's going to get implemented, it'll have major learning gains. I wouldn't interpret anything out of the study saying that the no LIC model would necessarily work. That's the control group. And the control group did not get usage, right? I mean, like, that's the core. So I suspect that there are other forms of scaffolding that potentially could be about as useful for implementation as here. I think this is a tension that we will have to deal with. It's more of a policy and adoption and scaling tension than it is a research tension. And it has to do with what are the kind of personnel investments are funders willing to make, are governments willing to make. In the MindSpark study, the default model and what we'd set out to evaluate had a lab in charge. And they had it for the first year and a half, and that's the core trial. The government and GIF, Global Innovation Fund, which is funding the actual computers and so on, had wanted a low-touch model. And we said, okay, well, we'll keep this going for another year. Let's reduce and see what happens. And initially, at least, like, usage halved, right? So what was possible was that 4 months down the line, because they revised essentially
recording in progress.
Oh, okay, wow. This is just to make sure, like, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Like, yeah, okay. But yeah, so but about 4 months after that initial shock of the lab in charge going and the schools going, who's responsible for this anymore, that the usage kind of came back up. But that required a whole set of operational changes that organizations are best placed to make, that don't typically reflect themselves very well in our papers. So I try having, like, these appendices that nobody but me reads that says, here's what actually happened. But part of the reason is that that's what kills or makes any particular implementation of a particular program. So as a researcher, I'm not sure I would look at this paper and say, we know that this will work without LICs. I think I'd be fairly confident at saying, if it's not working, you'll see nobody's using it, right? So, and that's actually very different from a range of other educational interventions that I've studied, which is, it takes so much effort to go and do classroom observations properly. It takes so much effort to show up for unannounced school visits, and it's adversarial, and you're checking too often. Here, there's real-time data about, did it happen yesterday and what exactly were kids doing? And it's not invasive to go and check. So that's, I think, one of the biggest advantages that folks don't quite realize, which is that it solves an element of pedagogy. And that's been the focus of, a range of providers around in Khan Academy. But it also solves a key issue of governance, which is that we don't know what happens in schools all the time. And especially in the Indian system, that visibility, even within the state system, from the school to the diet to the block education officer and all the way up to the state, it's Chinese whispers in terms of what is actually happening on any lag shorter than 6 months. So it solves that, and I think that's probably going to be the biggest driver towards adoption and scaling. But if now back to if I had to punt, I would start it with an LIC and have a scheduled withdrawal plan and have everyone holding their breaths about the withdrawal plan. But starting it greenfield with skeptical teachers and principals, and suddenly on top of everything else, they have to maintain heavy equipment, right? And they're worried it'll get stolen, the kids will break it. Who do they approach when a keyboard breaks? Which will happen. I mean, these are kids on computers. I think it's just very useful to have another person there, at least initially.
Got it. I wanted to clarify one thing with you. So are you saying you will be comfortable recommending this intervention with X minutes of usage a day? Or are you saying you will be comfortable recommending this intervention if we have lab charges? The distinction I'm trying to draw is to say that, look, whatever is the method I use to get to the 47 minutes, right? Is that something that you're backing, or is it the model that was studied that you're backing?
I mean, I would, so what ends up mattering is the usage, okay? There's only one subtle difference that I would want to point out. I think it's important to have the distinction of, is the usage happening in school or out of school? And that's partly about, time has a fixed budget. So what exactly did it displace? My sense, and this is, I guess, true in the broader literature, so Phil and I just did a review piece, which was everywhere, is that, especially where it's happening in homework and it's happening after school, that's frequently where we've seen the largest effects, because usually it's crowding out some version of leisure time or some version of non-productive time. Inside a school day, there is no time that is unscheduled. So then it really starts binding. So clearly there is some level of usage at which you're crowding out really useful classroom functions. And I suspect it's most productive for us to think of models after school, and how do we get dedicated usage after school with sufficient adult supervision to make sure of time and task, versus models in school where I think it's more like, what is the highest usage you can get without being so disruptive to the rest of the school that then you can get negatives, right? So Phil mentioned Lee Linden's initial paper from 2008. The negatives have also been true in other types of EdTech interventions done without taking into account everything else that needs to happen in the school day. And what are teachers prepared to deliver? What else will you crowd out? So that's the only subtlety that I would point out. But no, I mean, like, if they got usage, at that point, normal person me would bet money that it would lead to gains. Okay. So.
Absolutely, got it. Kelly, I have a follow-up question for you. As Khan Academy, right? What will your big bet be in driving this kind of usage for Khan Academy, right? Are you going to bet on changing the school system, right? Ensuring that a period gets timetabled, ensuring that teachers, you have lab in charges who are able to drive usage, or introducing other forms of incentives? Or are you also going to bet on some usage happening at home and create programs to ensure that some of that usage happens at home? And I want to give context that in India, right, unlike in many other LMICs, we have a very high level of device penetration at the household level. Internet is the cheapest in India, and there are enough surveys that are telling us that an average child is spending about 30 minutes on their parents' phones every day. So with these, without biasing you in any way, I just wanted to get your sense of, how will Khan Academy think about the way forward?
Yeah, thanks. So I don't think that we can count on home usage. I mean, I feel like home usage is just, the cherry on top, maybe, kind of thing. Even in the US, homework is fading. You can't count on kids to have devices at home or access. And so you also can't count on kids to actually do homework at home. And so we're not betting big on the homework use case. We are betting big on the in-school use case. And I don't think that there's a silver bullet model for implementation, right? So we know this idea of lab in charges. That's not a thing we've tested in the States. It's a wonderful model. It makes a lot of sense, but resources are needed. We have lots of other different implementation models that we've seen in the US. Sal mentioned earlier Newark, which is a school district outside of New York City. Large urban district, although when I say large, it's nothing like the large, it's relative. So a very small district relative to you all, outside of New York City. And really interesting implementation. It was just after the pandemic, and they started organically using Khan Academy. It was, started with like a superstar teacher who loved it and then got buy-in across his school, and then his principal got really into it, and then they were doing all of this like manual stuff to try to understand the data within Khan Academy, because at that time they didn't have access to this like administrator dashboard that we have. And so then they reached out to us, and we got them involved into this what we call Khan Academy districts, which is what they used in UP to be able to see all of the data on usage, because the data is really critical. That's how you drive implementation. Just like you were saying, you have visibility, you know what's going on at all times. We know how much time are you spending, how many skills are you leveling up, meaning is that time productive, or might you be wheel spinning? And so by closely monitoring that data, what the system did in the US is they got a movement going, starting with this one teacher, then to a principal, and then it went up to a superintendent level. And this particular district is divided into several different regions, and this one region really got very high usage. As Sal mentioned, it was like 70% of the kids were getting to that recommended dosage of at least 1 to 2 class periods a week. And it didn't happen by magic. It didn't happen because we just gave a kid a device. It happened because it was really intentional by the adults in the system, and starting at the leadership at the top to say, this is important. We're going to make time for this. This is part of our curriculum. This isn't like an optional supplement. This is integrated into what we're doing. It's aligned to the content that you're working in class, or the skills that you need to be able to access the content in class if you have some gaps. And the administrators kind of made a competition out of it. That every week the superintendent would send out emails to say, here's how this school building is doing, that school building is doing, and so they could see, it was like a leaderboard via email, how each school was doing. And then the schools got really into it. I was last month I was visiting one of the schools, and the principal was telling me about how involved he is with Khan Academy. He's going in, he's looking at the dashboards, he's noticing that, he's like, oh, I was noticed that Monica didn't do her work that day. He went up to her in the hallway and said, you didn't do your Khan. What's going on? And like, your principal is calling you out. And so it's really like a whole system to do it, right? I think there's a lot of different ways to make it happen. I think it depends on the system. And I think a lab in charge is a great way to kind of say, here's a proof of concept. But to your point, the lab in charge, like, what's the withdrawal plan from that? So a study that Phil's going to be working on next. We keep him very busy. We're in a system in Kenya to try to figure out that they don't have the budget for a lab in charge. And so we're trying to figure out, could we start with one to at least get a structure and the system in place to show like proof of concept of what's possible, and then how do we scale back, and then what does that look like? And like some adult needs to step up. And like what I described before, it's kind of like an accountability system. And so who's going to own that accountability system? We've also seen instances where it's teachers that are doing it. So there's lots of different ways to do it. I think lab in charge is one of many ways, and I think it's unique to different systems and how they operate and how they've successfully implemented other types of programs too.
No, absolutely. And Satish, you're hearing all this, right? I mean, it takes multiple years. It takes multiple iterations and then reiterations to get any model. And given the diversity and scale of India, it will take a lot, right, to get EdTech right for our children. What do you think, how do you think about patient capital in a space that is just evolving, right? Unlike traditional education, right? And you're honestly seeing better results than you would see in traditional education. So how do you think about patient capital for this space?
Sure. So I feel the two biggest, boons that, the philanthropic capital brings in. I think one is, although it's very small in size, but it can take a huge amount of risk, which sometimes commercial capital cannot take. Sometimes even government may not be willing to take. So one is that risk-taking ability, and the second one, which you mentioned, is that the pathway to scale could be, it's much more patient. So I feel that these two are very important. In terms of the time frame, I think a couple of points. So one is, I think, a clear and a concise pathway in terms of the scale up upfront is something which helps. In what I've seen is that nobody is expecting a change tomorrow. But if there is clarity amongst all the stakeholders, including governments, including the funders, including the implementers, that what is that pathway to scale, it sometimes becomes much more easier. At least the turbulence level in the systems are much lesser across the pathway. The second is, I would say, is the nimbleness in terms of being able to change it, course correct it throughout that pathway, which helps in terms of getting some and a related point is that having a longer time frame, focusing on the larger time frame, but basically dividing it into smaller achievable bite-size wins is sometimes becoming very important, because then you see that I want to reach from here to here, but at the starting point it looks very Herculean, but if you have clear pathways to that in terms of what you achieve at a certain point, that becomes in a way more palatable, I've seen with the funders.
No, I think bite-sized wins is important. Just checking how much time I have. 5 minutes. Can I ask Abhijit one more question before I open it up to the audience, right? Given how quickly EdTech and AI is evolving, right? There is a huge friction in the time that it takes to set up and conduct an RCT and finally get results. The product has changed significantly. The intervention model has changed significantly. Abhijit, are you thinking about developing different methodologies that will allow us to assess EdTech impact in a manner which is quicker, more nimble, and suited to EdTech, better?
So I think there's two very different goals of inference here. One goal is product validation, and product validation, I mean, that's the type of thing that you could, in principle, do with seeing how are kids using it, what is the quality of content, and so on. I think where the RCTs have been useful is actually not at that level. It's been more about how is it that you can make anything work. And I mean, like now I've been running EdTech trials in India for 10 years. It is not that the logistics of how to make Khan Academy work has changed, or Mindspark work or Convegenius work has really changed over those 10 years. Because the institutional constraints have been very, very similar, right? What the school looks like, what engagement issues look like, how do you incentivize teachers, how do you incentivize parents and students and student administrators. I don't think you want to short circuit that. And I think the reason you don't want to short circuit it, especially while we're talking about evidence to scale, is that a lot of these problems only show up at longer time frames. So there's a reason that the first Mindspark trial that we did was half a school year, because at that point, we'd gone in as potential EdTech optimists, but we were perfectly happy to take a 0 and move on, because we didn't know whether the product worked. The second trial took 3 years, and the reason it took 3 years was that part of the things that we were worried about was how much of this is a novelty effect. It's fun to do this for 3 months, 4 months. How much of this is the fact that it's out of school? How much is an issue that teacher buy-in is not something that happens on day one, and how the teacher feels about the program is different 6 months into the program than initially. I mean, the first 6 months of any intervention happening in a school system is firefighting. Everyone's bringing in far too many interventions. Teachers have seen lots of things come and lots of things die. And the last thing they want is yet another training to go to. So anything on the short 2 month time frame is just going to be really unrepresentative. Was this a program worth betting on or not? So if the first 6 months go in figuring your way out, if it takes another full year in actually seeing effects on student achievement, you're at the 1.5 year mark. That's what, so I mean, in this case, if you judged Khan Academy in the first 6 months of the engagement in UP social welfare schools, it would have looked like, oh well, nobody's using it, because it took time to iterate. And that's not, that's a feature, not a bug. The entire point of doing these trials. So I think I think they're addressing two completely different questions, and I don't see a way of short-circuiting it that would satisfy either referee me or normal me.
I think Khan Academy in my mind had the advantage of having a system that allowed you to test whether students were progressing on skill levels. A lot of EdTech platforms don't necessarily have some of that, right? So, I mean, it's almost saying that, look, I'm getting into an RCT and I don't know what will come out because my product data is not able to tell me whether students are progressing. So, I mean, but I think you're making a very, very valid point, and I know we are on time, but I will please allow me to open it up for 2 or 3 questions. Thank you. Any questions?
In the control group where the usage did not happen, did you gain any insight as to why it was not happening? What is it that needs to be unlocked with the teachers for the usage to happen?
I might call on Deepak for this one. Deepak or Phil would know that better. I don't know how well documented the control schools.
Yeah. Basically, in the first year, as Vijit mentioned, it takes program to pick up, right? And during that time itself, we had started planning about this pilot, right? And when we started doing the pilot in the second year, we did not take away the access from the control group because that would not have been ideal or appropriate, but we did not press the pedal as much also because we did want to have some difference. So the answer to your question is in 2 parts. First, in the first year, the system was just getting set up. They were just getting used to the idea of, okay, there's a Khan Academy, students can go on the platform, they can use it. But by the end of it, we had started thinking about doing this impact study. And in the second year, then we focused more on the intervention schools. We did not really push that much on the control school. So not ideal. You don't want to do that. You don't want to but we had to make some compromise so that we could have the study also. So we sort of did not remove the access. We said anybody who wants to use it. But a lot of other programmatic elements, as we said, like project alone is not sufficient. You need to have a program. You need to have a lot of behavioral training, campaign elements. Those elements we did not really push through in the control school during the intervention.
So both.
Hi, I'll just build on the last question that you were answering. Upfront content validation, product validation, and a 1.5 year RCT looking at the long term. And maybe they're body more than maybe we are from EdTech. We are trying to do the product validation part. And we are debating, is there an answer which is like apparent at 2-3 months of usage? Of course, it won't answer all the things that you are answering at the 1.5 year use. And is there merit in bifurcating these two very clearly? This you need 1.5 years, this you can diagnose pretty accurately in 2 months of use. So, and then the ecosystem can generate these evidences much more higher rate and much more recent quality products can be. That was the thought. Is there that compartmentalization in your mind that you should approach it with?
I mean, that would make perfect sense, right? And there's nothing about an RCT that it needs it to be a year and a half. The reason we've gotten used to seeing education RCTs being a year and a half is for these reasons of it takes the system and the school time. If it was, so how would I set up a product validation RCT? It would essentially be if you had access to a sample of kids after school, potentially even with incentives to spend time on the program, because you need a sufficient first stage, like sufficient users to be able to detect stuff, and baselines and end lines, and you can get pretty far in one full term of usage, right? So there's nothing that's stopping that, but part of the reason, I mean, that's been the bifurcation that we've always had in our mind. That was part of the reason why the initial Delhi study was 6 months, and we explicitly called it proof of concept, because we could think of 15 other pain points where it would break the moment you tried doing it in government schools, you tried going to rural areas, you tried doing it in school days, like all of those things. And having done lots of projects in schools, we knew that there was no version of an answer in anything less than a year or two of actually seeing it work through the school system that would satisfy us or anybody else who knew the system. So I think it's very useful to separate those two, and to design outcomes that are appropriate, right? So maybe the assessments for the product validation are closer to some competences that we think are minimals we need across the ecosystem, because that's what's being targeted by governments, or that's what we think pedagogically. Like, it would require hard design choices of those kinds, but there's nothing that stops the product validation RCTs from being 2 3 months.
Thank you.
Oh, and Phil, it has.
So just, I mean, as a researcher does experiments, I normally wouldn't suggest this, but I do think that there's enough research in EdTech now that we might want to focus on just quality usage. Like whether it's tutoring or EdTech, you sort of know good things are happening when you see it. And in the case of Khan Academy, knowing that a student is practicing on it and getting proficiency on a skill that we'd like them to see do, I think we're at a stage where, RCTs are nice, we'd like to do more of them, but even in the absence of that, focusing on these immediate outcomes as this is good, this is going well because we see students are using it and they're progressing, is not a bad place to start. And so if you don't have the time or energy to do the RCT, I think that we have enough research now to suggest that if you observe quality usage, you can likely infer quality learning gains are happening.
We have 3 questions. One? Okay, pick one.
So my question was for Kelly. So let's say before the evaluation stage where the RCT comes in, there's a lot of, and you have, I think Khan Academy has a lot of years of product validation data, and that's the confidence that you have to deploy it in diverse contexts. Adoption and buy-in are key for usage, because usage will drive outcomes, but adoption, and without adoption, buy-in, the usage will not be there. What experiments, let's say, or what experiments and what metrics do you deploy to figure out whether the adoption and buy-in in a different context like India's is something which would be useful for the entire sector in general?
So this is with a system that's already using Khan Academy?
Say a new system that, let's say a new system where, or new institution where you would deploy Khan Academy.
Okay, and they're just getting started with it, and so like I said, that we have dashboards where we, not only we as Khan Academy, but also the school system can monitor usage, And so I think like a underlying theme about all of this is it's all about implementation, right? We already know the product works, but the hard part is getting people to use it in a deep way that is going to make a difference. And so we have, near real-time dashboards that we can see that everyone who uses Khan Academy in a school system has access to this dashboard, and they can see, okay, they did, the week has ended. They hit we say the target is 1 to 2 class periods a week, and at least 2 skills to proficient. And so those are our leading indicators to know, is that implementation happening? And if that implementation isn't happening, we have people at Khan Academy that support school systems in their implementation, that sit down and they talk to the leadership. They look at the data, they look at the dashboards, and they say, okay, it looks like, this particular school or these subset of teachers, they might be struggling. What type of intervention do we need to do? Does, this teacher need additional support? Are they blocked on something? Or was just connectivity bad that week, right? So there's things might be happening that we don't know about, right? Like, oh, well, there was a monsoon and we lost connectivity. That's outside of our control. But things that are within our control, maybe a certain teacher or a subset of teachers, they're not feeling confident in it. They're not feeling comfortable with the technology. And so that's where, we have, Khan Academy India has support that they provide more implementation support to really help to figure out what's going on. But the data is what really guides us to know there might be a problem here. Something we're expecting to see implementation happening and it's not happening. And so and it would be more of a tailored intervention to figure out, do we need to do, like Deepak mentioned before, marketing campaigns to get kids more motivated, like other systems have done, different types of leaderboards to, again, do kind of campaigns around motivating people for deeper implementation.
Great. I think we are on time. For other questions, I'm sure the panelists are around, but thank you so much for some great insights, and look forward to carrying this conversation further. Thank you, everyone, for your patience.
Right. On to the next panel. And this one is a topic that's close to all our hearts. And we've delved into a little bit. Sal talked about it. And this panel is AI in education. It's absolutely impossible to ignore the rapid evolution of AI. It's a topic that we've all thought about, debated, discussed, and there's so many issues and there's so many possibilities, and that's what makes it really, really interesting. For this session, we have 3 people who are going to be taking center stage. We have Kristen DeSerbo, Chief Learning Officer, Khan Academy, who has been instrumental in building Khanmigo. We have Swati Vasudevan, Managing Director, Khan Academy, and Shubhra Mittal, Head of Government Partnerships, Khan Academy.
Okay, thanks, Niharika. So we've spent the day really talking about not whether CAL works, but how to really sort of scale it and what does good implementation look like. And as we're talking about CAL, we've already seen AI enter classrooms and teachers and students. And I'm very excited because I have Kristen and Swati. And really, the question is not just about AI, but what thoughtfully designed AI looks like for education, and what are we learning from our experience of deploying AI in schools, both globally and in India. So thank you both for this. Kristen, I'm going to start with you. And Sal in the morning talked about Sal and you, probably the first two people in the world who had access to ChatGPT. And I'm curious to know, and I think maybe many of us are curious to know, that when you first started using ChatGPT, like, did you have an aha moment? Like, what was that? And then after that, taking from there to designing Khanmigo, what were some core principles and non-negotiables that you felt were going to be very important in bringing that into an education setting?
Great, thanks, and it's great to be here. I will say a couple words like, what is a chief learning officer? So I lead our product design, content assessment, and community support teams. And my background, I have a PhD in educational psychology, which is the branch of psychology that studies how people learn. And so that's what I bring to the design, and what you see as you interact with Khan Academy and the site is mostly things that my team designs and builds. So Sal told the story this morning about us getting this early access to what we now know as GPT-4. And very quickly, they were showing us how it answered questions, right? They were taking biology questions from Khan Academy's site and showing us how great this model was at answering them. And the aha moment for me was when I said to them, well, that's great, but we don't want a system that answers questions for students. We want a system that's going to help students get to the answers themselves. And they very quickly responded and gave what was essentially our first lesson in prompt engineering, and said, oh, before you ask it the question, tell it, you are a Socratic tutor, help me find the answer, do not give me the answer. And if you just put those sentences, it'll act differently. And so I tried it, and sure enough, it did. Now, it turns out it's a lot more difficult to get it to not give you the answer than just one sentence. But at that time, I was like, oh, this could be something really interesting for us to do. And we always have a roadmap of the things we're going to build on Khan Academy for the next 6 months. And we basically took that roadmap and threw it away and said, we're going to launch in March of 2023 this AI-powered tutor for students and assistant for teachers, which was pretty amazing. And then immediately we said, and how are we going to do that in a way that really helps students learn? And so from there, we went back to thinking about what do we know about how people learn and what do we think AI can help with. And so that comes up back to, we keep talking about it today, independent practice. How do we help students practice more? How do we give them immediate feedback? How do we help them get unstuck? And could the AI tools help us do that? And so those were some of the important things as we started to design it. It turns out there's a lot of research about what good human tutors do when they're interacting with students. And so we took those and made them principles for how the AI should act and the kinds of things it should do. It should make moves that are prompting the student for more information. When should it summarize new information for students? When should it be, evaluating and telling them whether they're correct or not? All of those things come from what we know about what good human tutors do, and then we try to instill in the AI support for the independent practice.
Wow, that sounds a lot of work, but also just really what students would need. And so now I'm moving on to say, okay, we have Khanmigo, and we're really excited about what we've created, how it's responding, how it can help students. But then you take it and you start talking about it, and I'm curious to know, when you started talking about Khanmigo, maybe spoke and shared it with the education leadership in the US, other countries, what was their reaction? Were they as excited? What were their concerns?
Yes, so the big things that folks, when you go out, and I'm sure it's the same here, talk to school leaders, talk to government leaders, their biggest interests are in things like data privacy and security. What are the guardrails here? So, because students are going to be talking to this AI, and we have no idea. Well, we kind of know, because we know what 11 and 12-year-olds like to talk about, and that seems a little scary. So a lot of what we built in and what Sal was talking about this morning were things like the moderation system that can flag to teachers and students when they're talking about things like violence or hate or self-harm. What does that look like? How do we keep students? So there's many different activities you can do with Khanmigo. One of them is chat with historical figures. Well, it turns out students would try to chat with Pythagoras to get Pythagoras to do its math homework. Yeah, so there were a lot of guardrails we had to put in place to try to make it so that students could use these tools to help them learn instead of to get the answers that they're looking for. But those are the kinds of things that we had to think about and talk about. The other piece is, in terms of the data, is folks wanted to know, if I'm having this conversation, is that then being used by these big model providers to train their models? And that sounds really scary, and we don't want that. And so our agreement, we use OpenAI's models. Our agreement with OpenAI is that no, they will not use any data from Khan Academy students and teachers that are interacting with it to train their models and what those look like. So those are some of the issues that came up early from folks we were talking to.
Thanks so much, Kristen. Swati, moving to you. What have been your experiences and conversations about bringing AI to education with policymakers here in India? What are the kinds of concerns coming up in those conversations?
Sure. Hopefully I'm audible. I'm using the other mic, so just want to make sure. No, thank you for asking. You know, in some ways, it's very similar to what Kristen was talking about in the US as well. In India, we are experiencing mixed reactions from the government officials because they are really treading very carefully and thoughtfully into this new uncharted territory in many ways, especially for a developing country, where, remember, there's not even EdTech yet, right, in most of these systems. So now we're talking about AI. So it's natural, it's expected. We are seeing government officials who are taking the lead in bringing AI to the teachers, but holding off a little bit on the student side. Then we are also seeing some government officials who are pioneering bringing AI to both teachers and students. And we're also seeing some examples of places and instances of some media sensationalizing the decision of the government to bring screens to the students, which they are doing to provide tech-enabled learning access to the students. And then we are seeing instances similarly of government officials taking a stand and standing firm and calling on to the media and thwarting those negative efforts by explaining to them the difference between good use and bad usage of screens, because the access to screens for the students is here to stay. It's not going away anywhere. So I think it comes down to figuring out how do we channel that usage towards productive means such as learning. So all in all, what we are seeing, I guess, is that there's a very strong desire to want to use AI for both teachers and students, especially in large classrooms, and provide that access to education, which otherwise doesn't exist because there is a dearth of quality teachers in the country. We don't have enough available that we need. At the same time, there is concern also about how well is tool designed for enabling learning, true learning, like Kristen was saying, in a Socratic manner, to initiate that, to bring in that productive struggle, which enables learning rather than giving them the answer. Concerns about safety and security, data security, all of those are concerns, and rightly so.
Thanks so much, Swati. Kristen, moving back to you, right, and you've heard some of the concerns that we are grappling with. And Sal mentioned we have over 1 million users, students on Khanmigo. And we've seemed to have identified patterns of student behavior that would beat the purpose of learning, and I've already accounted for that. So what are students, globally using Khanmigo for, and what are the kinds of behaviors we're seeing? Is there anything we didn't anticipate that we're seeing on the ground? Would love to hear about that from you.
Yeah, so we do see students using it to help get unstuck, as we expected. We did not expect as many. So in the US, as we deployed this, we started hearing lots of teachers and students telling us that it was really helping English language learners who were then using it in their home languages to help them. I didn't really understand when my teacher explained that in English and working through. So that was a bit unexpected in terms of usage and what we saw. On the student side, on the the less positive results, we also saw that it turns out students aren't great at asking questions. They struggle to understand what they know and don't know, and then what they should be asking. And so when we started talking to teachers about this, the teacher said, yeah, they're not great at asking us questions either. This is actually a skill that we should think about improving in our students and what that looks like. I was in one classroom where the teacher had worked with the students to generate, it was a science classroom, to generate good question stems for science. And she then wrote them on 3x5 cards and taped them to the students' desk so they would have those to help them ask Khanmigo better questions. And I just love that juxtaposition of the 3x5 taped to your desk while you're interacting with this new AI tool is kind of crazy. But the things we have found are that just like all the EdTech we've been talking about all day, building the system is not enough. It has to include the help for students on how to use it, and then the help for teachers. And so you were talking about, Swati, that a common way to start to bring AI into education is through the teachers and what that looks like. And that's the other thing that we kind of learned, is that we launched initially with about 5 teacher tools, things that teachers could use it for. And every time we showed it to teachers, they would ask if it could do something else. Could it help me write a rubric for grading this assignment? Could it help me unpack standards into learning objectives? Could it help me write exit tickets for my students? And so now we have about 30 teacher tools that are freely available, as Sal was saying, because that seems to be a good way for teachers to get more familiar with the tools. But again, we often find need a good session of professional learning where they actually get their hands on and try it to encourage them to use it.
Thanks, Kristen. And Swati, what's been our experience here in India? Both with teachers and students. We've done lots with teachers, some pilots with students. What are we learning? Similar or different behaviors on the ground?
Yeah, I think behaviors are very similar in terms of at a larger level, the difference, wherever you see the difference, it comes from the fact that the problem we're trying to solve for in India is slightly different from the problem that we're trying to solve for in the US, because these things are very contextual. Use of AI is very use case oriented. So in India, at a macro level, the use case really is to try and solve the problem of access to quality education. And that's where AI is really stepping in, and that's what the government officials are also trying to bring it in for. So we are finding the students, again, falling in those categories of early adopters, and they're struggling to pick it up. But once they get that initial hand-holding, they're able to get very, very fast. They're able to pick it up very fast. At the same time, prompting is not, it's a learned behavior. It's not a natural behavior, like Kristen was saying. So there is a lot of that capacity building that's needing to happen. But what we're finding is students are using it for getting help when they're working on Khan Academy on their teacher-assigned homework or classwork and exercises. They're using it to get extra practice and revision for exam time. The other use case we're finding very strong is to get this extra tutoring for myself as a student in topics that I'm struggling with. So we're finding these 3 to be the top use cases. There are a lot of other tools that Khan Academy does or Khanmigo offers, but these are the top ones that we are finding. We're also finding some students using it for getting that extra challenge and to get ahead in the classroom. So that personalization is happening. So I guess if I had to summarize it, Khanmigo is being used for personalization in the classroom by the students. And the students are also, the other behavior we are noticing is that the students who are not able to get enough time on the devices in the schools, they are able to go home and access their parents' devices to get that additional time on Khanmigo and really get more comfortable with the technology. And that's important. And I'll go back to what Kelly was mentioning, that we can't rely on home usage, and we don't want to rely on home usage. Home usage will in India, in a place like India and with our context, will serve this need of being a stopgap solution until the secular trends of hardware device infrastructure, the digital infrastructure coming into the schools at the ratios that we want it to come. So until then, I think home usage will be crucial, but we don't want to rely on it for the long term. So I think that's the point I wanted to just kind of highlight as well. So we are finding students doing both and seamlessly moving from one to the other. On the teacher's side, to kind of complete the question, the response to your question, again, the teachers are using it for two types of things. One is on the academic side, and the top use cases we are finding there are the teachers are using it for creating customized lesson plans. For example, my students are interested in Bollywood, so help me figure out this topic and how I can explain this to my students in Bollywood language, right? Or cricket language as an example. They're using it to get ideas for activities they can run in the classroom to make the class more engaging and more interesting. They're also using it for creating questions or question papers, because that's an inherent need in the classroom as required by their administrators. So they're kind of helping make their lives a little easier and creating those very quick to create question banks. They're also using it to refresh their own knowledge. We're finding a huge use case for that as well.
I am always surprised. We see a good 10% of usage from teachers is refreshing their own knowledge and their own content.
Yeah, so it's something that, we don't talk about and the teachers will never talk about, but clearly there's a need and they're getting a safe space to be able to do this. So that's a wonderful thing according to me, because that's upskilling our teachers. They're also using it to make their lives easier. That's the second type of use case that I was going to talk about. The administrative stuff which is on their plate and just occupying their teaching time with non-productive time. And when I say non-productive, I'm talking about non-teaching time. For example, we've seen teachers use it for creating rosters for which students use which devices. Give me a timetable because I only have 10 devices and I have 100 students, so give me a roster quickly, which allows my students to get adequate time on the devices using Khan Academy. So very interesting. Or this teacher is absent, give me a timetable quickly, rejig my timetable for this week. So they're doing a lot of that. So yes, so teachers are using it, students are using it, and in ways that are very, very meaningful.
Wow, I don't think we would have realized the things that Khanmigo would allow a teacher and student to do when we started that journey. I'm going to ask my last question to both of you before I open the floor. Looking ahead, what are you most excited about? Kristen, both from a product design, deployment point of view, and then what are a couple of challenges that you feel we will need to navigate as we look at responsible adoption of AI by governments, by teachers, by students?
I'm going to flip those and start with the negative first, so we'll end on a positive note. Because there is, I think, a very significant concern with AI. There's a difference between tools that are built for education and general AI tools. And general AI tools absolutely allow students to offload their cognitive thinking, to be able to just get the answers, to be able to get their essay written for them, to be able to not think about what they're doing. And that thinking is how we learn. And so there is a threat that these AI general tools will in fact help harm learning. And there's a study that's come out of MIT where it saw just that. If you see students and you just give them the tool and they just have the tool do the work for them, the students then, surprisingly, shocking to everyone, do not perform as well on the test afterwards. And so that is what we need to prevent and need to be aware of and need to think about how we are helping our students understand what tools help them learn and what tools are actually going to interfere with their learning. And I think that's really important for us and want to name that as a threat to all of us that are interested in students learning more. On the positive side, I think that we have struggled to think about how we can support students and get them that independent practice they need, get them the support when they're stuck, get them that immediate feedback that helps them understand, connects them to the motivation system. So we have the lab in charge who's thinking about how to motivate students. There's potential for the AI to take on some of that too, to understand what are your interests, how might we adapt to those interests, and thinking about what that is. All of that still needs to be studied and to see where we really see gains in that. And I'll close on, there was a video about, oh gosh, over a year ago now with Sal and his son Imran, who is talking about where there's a multimodal tutor that is able to see Imran's work. He's working on a geometry problem and a triangle, and have streaming voice back and forth, and really gets closer to mimicking what a human tutoring session would be. That is not far away. We don't quite have those video APIs that are at cost yet, but it's coming, and I think that's really exciting for us as well.
Thank you, Kristen. Swati?
Yeah, I'll just talk about in terms of excitement. I think I would ditto what Kristen said. So maybe I'll talk more about the negative, unfortunately, the challenges, but I'll end it with a positive note on what can be done to get around some of these. So I think the first thing that needs to be sorted through is the capacity building, and we talked about it. Kristen talked about it too. It's a problem that has to be solved across the board, across countries, across students, teachers, and administrators. So capacity building is something which we have to invest in, and the governments have to invest in, and the civil society has to invest in, the tool developers have to invest in, everybody has to invest in that. So that's number one, and that's a longer term problem, that takes time to solve, because we're talking about a behavior change, and that's where I think the philanthropic capital also requires that bit of a mind shift, and that risk capital is required, that risk appetite is required. So I think those two kind of go together. So that's on the capacity building side, and the solution there, I guess, what I mentioned is the investment with the requisite risk appetite. The second is policy side. I think the government can really enable by bringing digital infrastructure to the students, which is not just smart screen type classrooms, because that seems to be the current methodology still being followed in a lot of different school systems, but moving more and more towards, which I know government is already doing that, but I think just maybe accelerating those trends a little bit on providing one-on-one digital infrastructure to the extent we can, number one. Number two, ensuring that the AI is brought in a human-directed manner. I think that can also be a policy lever that ensures that it happens the right way. Third, ensuring that, again, through the policy levers, that the AI is brought in a manner that it's integrated within the existing way of teaching inside a classroom. I think that, again, will help us to make it seamless and make it a tool to learn rather than just adopting something for the sake of adopting it. So I think, and it won't feel like an additional on top, an extra burden on top for teachers or anybody else. So those are, I think, some important things to think about. What that will lead to is that, again, back to the earlier session of adequate dosage, because adequate dosage is what we are really after, but not just by itself, but making sure that time is spent the right way. And that's important as well. Like Kelly was talking about earlier, and I think Abhijit also talked about, both Kelly and Abhijit talked about how it really does come down to implementation, and that's where I come to the third point, which is the tool developers, or the ones who are implementing the tool for adoption for these students and the teachers, have to make sure that they're doing it in a responsible manner. We have to not be in a hurry, and not do it in a haste, but really think hard about testing it properly, making sure that it is really safe, it is, the data security is being taken care of, and testing it in a new vernacular before just unleashing it in, oh yes, it can work in every language, so yes, I tried it, it worked, so yes, everybody can use it. No, doing it in a proper manner, the way, and I can give it Khan Academy's example. We started with a pilot with just 10 teachers in GNBs. Then we took it to 60 teachers in KGBVs. Then we expanded to 300 teachers in KGBVs. And we used all of that to help build a playbook on how to do the capacity building at scale for teachers, as an example. Then we took it to students, 700 students and teachers in Odisha Adarsh Vidyalayas, and we did a project over there. Now we're doing it in a high fidelity manner with, we don't have lab assistants, but it's the teachers who are kind of doing the work that lab assistants did in social welfare, which also tells you that there are other ways of ensuring adequate usage. In Akanksha Foundation schools in Maharashtra, We're also doing it at a very large scale with 2 lakh students already onboarded onto Khanmigo in Karnataka. So why am I giving you all these examples? Point being that this has been a journey over 1.5 years. The tool was launched a 1.5 years ago. If we wanted, we could have just launched it and given it, yes, it's available, everybody use it. But we didn't want to do it that way because we want to do it very responsibly. And I think that's the last point I wanted to make.
Thanks a lot, Swati. Just in the interest of time, I'm going to open it up. I think we have time for a couple of questions.
Yeah, just following up on the final 2 points. I really like the direction that generally the AI tools are taking, especially Khanmigo. The question to you, Christian, is you know how important metacognition is for learners. I mean, more than adapted practice to, I mean, it's essentially teach how to fish, right? So is Khanmigo looking at metacognition? One specifically for teachers, because then it solves half the problem of capacity building, because every time they use this particular tool, then you have already recorded it. Oh, do you remember you have used it for this particular reason? In what other ways can you? So it's more about reflective prompts and metacognition. How much of that is in radar? Since you are a CLO, that's why this question. And the other part of it is, this adapted practice, in some sense, it would give you some amount of idea of the ZPD of the student. Now, with that knowledge and metacognition, metacognitive prompts, there is a lot more that you can play around in the formative stages. So are there any thoughts or roadmaps in your mind about Khanmigo in general in this direction?
I love talking about metacognition and ZPD. So metacognition, which is for everyone, it's thinking about your own thinking and all of that work. So we're doing things, we're experimenting with different things to try to get students to do more of that. One is just getting students to reflect on their own answers. And so we are actually doing an experiment now where an A/B experiment on the site where we're trying different ways to get students, if they get a question wrong, to actually look at the explanation for why they got it wrong and reflect on why that is, to see if we can get some of that working through of where students can get. It's building those skills of learning how to learn and all of that. Definitely lots of things I think we can do. That's one specific one we're doing right now. And then in terms of the zone of proximal development, we sometimes call it the learning edge, figuring out where is that point where students can do something with a little bit of extra support, right? So if you're doing something that you're getting it right all the time, that's too easy. You're probably not learning something new. If it's too hard, it's really frustrating. So it's like that space right there where you're trying to figure out where that is. And that has been a challenge, I think, for us in thinking about how do you really identify what that place is. I think with the data that we have and all of that, we get more and more towards it. And we have a couple of new things coming of trying to identify students' gaps. Because it isn't just that here's your zone of proximal development. It's actually like you're here, but there's a little hole over here. Sal calls it the Swiss cheese gaps. So how do we fill in those gaps with what we're doing? And one of the big things we've seen then to bring this all back to AI is that we now have a lot more memory so that the AI we can feed it a lot more information because it has what's called a context window. And so that's the amount of information you can put in while you're giving it the specific instructions. So we can put in this student's skill levels on the different skills. Are they attempted, familiar, mastered on this skill and the other skills related to it? We can put that in while we're giving the instructions of how to act like a tutor and giving it the instructions for that problem they're working on. And so we have found that, yes, by adding that information in, the tutor actually then performs better and the students are getting more questions correct when it has that information about the student that's fed into it. So yes to all of those things that are kind of pieces that we're doing, and it's a stepwise process, a little bit at a time, but yeah, interesting things to come.
Great. Thank you so much, Swati and Kristen. This has been absolutely amazing. We will have to wrap now because our next speaker, Iqbal, he's waiting online. But thank you. I think the one takeaway for us as we get Iqbal on screen is we really need to be wary of AI tools that can be used for education. We really don't want them to flood the market and really have a negative impact on our students and teachers. But thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, the ones that are leaving, thank you so much for joining. But if you could stay back for another 30 minutes, it would definitely be worth your time. So as we close this day, we zoom out to a broader question, which is AI for social good. And what rigorous evidence can AI help shape and strengthen for the most vulnerable populations? To do the session, we have Iqbal Dhaliwal, Global Executive Director of JPAL, who's going to reflect on how AI can strengthen social sector outcomes, particularly for education. And with that, I'd like to invite Iqbal. Iqbal, thank you so much for joining. It's 4 a.m. your time, so we really appreciate it, and we'll get right into it. Iqbal, you're live. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you guys hear and see?
Yes, absolutely. We can get started.
Okay, phenomenal. Okay, thanks. Thank you for inviting me. And sorry, I cannot be there in person. I would have loved to see so many friends like Shubhra, who was at JPAL and is such a dear friend, and other colleagues at JPAL, Charanya and others. So sorry for not being there in person. Thank you for having me. And I just want to begin by saying a huge thank you to Khan Academy for supporting the work and doing an evaluation, and to Phil and others who led this evaluation. I think every time an implementation partner, a technical partner, is willing to put their neck out and say that, we're not just going to rush headlong and do a, scale something up, but instead we are going to take some time to learn, to evaluate, and then to scale based on that learning. I get so happy and so grateful to them for doing that. Okay, let me share my screen and hope that all of this works well. So it says host has disabled participant screen sharing. I'm not sure how I'm supposed to share the screen, my slides. I think you have to disable, you have to allow me to share screen share.
Yeah, Iqbal, please try now.
Yep. Okay, that works. Perfect. Okay. Good. Can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right. So the mandate that was given to me was to kind of bring the lessons we are seeing from around the world on AI for social good. What do we see as the potential, and where do we see this thing heading? And I'm sorry, I don't know. Some of this might be duplicated, but I'll go through that, and hopefully I can wrap in the 30 minutes allotted to me. Okay, I think most of you have probably heard this during about the transformative potential of technologies for India, particularly AI, and that's why you see the government actually investing so much time and effort and money into AI, and it's not hard to see why. You know, AI is one of the few general purpose technologies that has evolved in the last decade or so. It's widely accessible. If you have a phone or a smartphone, then you already have access to AI. The cost to add the marginal user, even if not the average user, is quite low. The technology is constantly improving, and I think the increasingly in countries like India, the ability to have this multimodal, to have interface with the video, interface with graphics is really important, interface with voice in particular. And then, of course, increasingly the agentic capabilities of AI really have made it a tool which has huge and massive potential. And there are multiple channels in the social sector where we feel that, based on our previous work around the world, AI has a huge potential. The first one is in improving program targeting and needs prediction. We have work in India led by Rohini Pandey and Malik and others with the government of Bihar and Google on using flood early warnings and targeting it to households very specifically, increasing access to relevant personalized information. This is the best example of this is ag extension workers uploading photos of crops to get very specialized information on pests and diseases. The one that I'll be talking to you most today is about finding the effectiveness of frontline service providers, whether it is teachers or others in schools. Oftentimes people think of AI as exacerbating biases, but I think increasingly you realize that you can actually use it to reduce human biases. It's a great tool for improving organizational efficiency. Adalat AI and other colleagues are using it very creatively. For instance, in courts in India, in Kerala, and others, to improve reduce backlog. And of course, in boosting government resource mobilization, very creative way to not only recover improve taxation, but also make that taxation very, very progressive. So a huge amount of evidence in the work through evaluations on almost all of these fronts in the JPAL network. But again, as I said, today my focus is going to be on this circular bit here, given that most of you are here for one cautionary word that JPAL evidence and work also shows us that while technologies can have huge potential, one really needs to be careful about them. And the best example of that is the one laptop per child. All of you know what a huge buzz was there around the potential for this, how it would give access to children, how it would democratize education, improvement in learning outcomes, but be a tool which would help in job search and so forth. So really, like if you read the narratives about one laptop per child, it was almost like this was going to be this one silver bullet, and everybody was lapping on this. And then you fast forward a few years ago, and those headlines turned completely around into how the one laptop per child was going to change the world, but that all went wrong. There are like books written about what happened and how it failed. And if you thought that this was something which was a global phenomenon and perhaps maybe India was untouched by it, I did a little bit of a Google search. This was the Indian Express headline in 2013 about the new Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh launching a free laptop per child scheme for students. And then if you Google carefully a little bit more, you get this headline exactly a year later, or 1 year and 3 months later, about the Chief Minister shutting down the free laptop scheme per child. And so I think this was emblematic of exactly what we want to be careful about, that AI has huge potential, but we need to measure very carefully its impact on learning outcomes, or for whatever it is deployed, whether it's deployed for teacher training, learning outcomes, parental engagement, whichever of those three arms that I, at least from my vantage point, see the new apps being developed for, you really want to test it. So I think the three kind of big questions that we would love to ask, and I hope everybody who's using AI applications in education would like to ask, is number one, what is the true impact? Who benefits from the technology? And then how will the technology integrate into existing systems and processes versus rather be just a transplant on this? And so to kind of give you the flavor of this, I thought I would just an example. Phil has already talked about this study here and so forth, and I thought I could just bring an example from a different part of the world, just to say that kind of the underlying mechanisms kind of stay the same. So this example comes from Brazil, where our affiliates Bruno Furman and others did this study a few years ago. This was an initiative run by PayPal and funded by organizations like Google. And so the situation in Brazil was a little bit similar to India. The public school students scored low on a standardized writing test, which is a very critical writing test that happens in middle school for these students. And the main reason that when one digs deeper is that teachers rarely have the time to provide individualized tutoring or feedback to the students, because there is more than 40 students per class, and there's this continuous pressure to finish the syllabus. So there's a wide body of evidence that existed that tailoring instructions to students' current needs can lead to large learning gains. Think about teaching at the right level by Pratham and others. And then the innovation, I shouldn't call it the solution, but actually the innovation that lecturers came up with was to develop an AI-based platform that provided students with personalized feedback on their practice essays, just because it was trying to relieve this the time constraints on the teachers. And so the question confronting Bruno and his co-authors, as well as lecturers, that they wanted to answer was that while this tool feels like it will be writing skills and therefore leading to better outcomes on the standardized essay and the standardized test that follows. So the evaluation was in the state of Espirito Santo, and what the results were was that it first found that actually this increased teacher engagement with students by 35%. It improved writing test scores by 17 points, which closed the public-private school test score gap by 9%. Now, oftentimes when we present these results, it can be hard to understand what does a 35% mean and what is 17 points or 9% mean. So I thought I would present this in a slightly different way. So on the right side, we laid out all the states that were in Brazil. So yes, the one which I've highlighted is the state in question, Espirito Santo. The other states are listed there. Santos Bank was way below, and its score was lower than many other states. And then after for the treatment group who were then that brings us to the second question, which is so the first question is answered, yes,
Iqbal?
So then the question is who benefits from this, and I think I kind of gave you a preview of this. that first and foremost, it's the beneficiaries are the public school students. Number two. And we see that there was not much difference between kind of the earlier high-performing students or the low-performing students. Kind of everybody benefited in the public schools because of this impact. The second big beneficiary is the public school teachers because they were able to do more sustainable grading. They ended up with a more sustainable grading workload given the high number of students in their class, which also tells you that this, there's some question whether this AI tool, if it was introduced in private schools, it may not port as well because if the main constraint that it relieves is the student-teacher ratio, and if the private schools already have a lower student-teacher ratio, the teachers are already able to provide much more customized learning, then this may not port to the private schools. And then the other thing which gets often overlooked is how well it integrates into the rest of the educational system. And in this particular case, because it was well integrated, it was providing network-wide information and actionable data to the education secretaries, the education deputy secretaries, the entire education hierarchy outside of the schools. It leads to and gives them real-time information about how the student production is going to translate into outcomes in national exams. It was very useful. The third thing I want to highlight is, the ability or the importance of AI to be integrated into existing systems. I was listening to the last 10 minutes of the previous presentation, and Swati was making exactly this point that I'm going to be making now, that it is so important for the technology to be integrated into the existing system. And in this particular case, it worked in 3 different angles. Number one, it overcame teacher capacity because of, as I mentioned, there are more than 40 students per class, and the time constraint that they had, the exam date was outside of their control, the syllabus had to be finished. And so I think oftentimes in my experience, we just keep loading frontline workers, whether these are government teachers or these are ASHA workers in the case of health, or agriculture extension workers in the case of the agriculture sector. We kind of continuously keep on overloading the frontline health workers with so much more new programs rather than thinking how are we giving them their time back. And so in this particular case, the Lectures technology gave time back to the teachers and empowered them to do the more customized tutoring, and in doing so became very integrated into the system. The second bit is also very obvious, that this was part of the standardized exam and the essay and the tests that the children had to take anyway. You were not trying to teach them.
Recording in progress.
Everybody adopted the system because it was so well aligned with the exam system and not out of scope material. The final thing was making sure that the infrastructure works. From day one, I think this is what I often tell. I lead an initiative called AI for social good here at JPAL, and when people are asking us like, what are the things we should worry about, and I say like the first thing is to build for scale rather than to build for the evaluation, because it's very easy to build a technology or a solution for a smaller scale. And then oftentimes people are like, yeah, I'll build it for the small scale and then I'll just kind of scale it up. It doesn't work that way. You have to build the technology from start to scale. And in this particular case, there was low internet bandwidth issues, the need to share the devices among the students. So that lots of things were integrated ahead of time. For instance, one could do the essay. One didn't have to type in the essay electronically. One could literally write it as a handwritten text and then to upload it in an offline mode. And all of those things are really, really important when you're designing the technology. And so, into all of this, if you ensure that it can lead to lasting impacts, you don't have to read all of these things, but it just, traces the journey of this particular technology and the folks at Lectures in Brazil on how quickly this program has now been scaled up and adopted by other states. And I think a big reason for that is some of these things that I talked to you about. So, so kind of what is the overall learning from examples like this, from other examples. I think the first is, you need to design the AI interventions for high impact. And the best way to do that is to not start from zero, but to start from dozens of years of experience of learning. Again, Khan Academy has been at the forefront of doing so much learning. There's a learning component on everything that happens. And I think incorporating that into AI is exactly the right way to do it, and just encourage that for everything. The second is the in silico assessment of algorithms design and the training data to ensure that it meets performance metrics such as accuracy, fairness, and generalizability is extremely important. Senthil Mullainathan, who's here also at MIT, was earlier at the University of Chicago. We work very closely to try and advise the folks who will come to us to say that let's make sure that this step is done. There's no point us doing a field evaluation if the algorithm itself has not is not going to work in place. The third bit is the obvious one that I've been talking about. Bill must have mentioned this earlier as well. The importance of partnering with implementers, with tech providers and researchers to pilot and evaluate the innovations in the field, rather than just assuming that just because it worked in the lab, it will work in the field. It almost always requires far more thinking in the field. And then finally, scaling the effective innovation with fidelity via real-time process monitoring and disseminating the insights beyond your organization, I think is hugely important for an evolving technology like AI. I'm just, we again run this competition at JPAL here at MIT, where a lot of these implementing organizations can submit proposals for evaluating their technology, and I just can't tell you how many people are trying to do the exact same thing over and over again, build these customized technologies, build these AI bots, and I'm like, they are not taking into account the learning coming from other things. So really important role, and I'm so grateful to Khan Academy for today's event and to widely disseminating their learnings so that others can benefit as well. I just want to end by, many of you are folks who are working in this space. We have an initiative here at MIT as well, which is the one I've been talking to you about, where you can apply for some of this funding. We are happy to, consider cases like that. We also do a lot around building evaluation capacity and custom workshop and mentorship that is required for some of these partners in these various stages, and provide guidance to both the researchers as well as to the implementing partners on this. India is really turning out to be the application capital for the world. So you are in the right place at the right time. And finally, if any of you in the audience is interested, for the AI Impact Summit that India is hosting this year, the first one in a southern country, we'll be hosting a day-long event on February 17th at Bharat Mandapam, in which we are going to have a mix of researchers, implementation partners, and others talking about education is one of the themes, but there are 5 other themes around climate and agriculture, labor markets, health, and so forth. And you're very welcome to come. It's open for everybody to register. You can take a photo of this QR code on the screen if you would like to, and very happy for folks to come. So thank you again for having me, and in case there is time, I'm happy to answer questions, or otherwise happy to use my time for the next session.
Thank you so much, Iqbal. And now we'll open up for 1 or 2 questions from the audience.
I'm sorry, I can't hear anything in case somebody wants.
Okay.
Am I audible? Hi, Iqbal.
Yeah, it's gone. It's gone. Is it unmuted? Iqbal, can you hear us now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
All right, great. Thank you so much for that session. We have a couple of questions, and we'll go into it now.
Thank you for your insights in this session.
Earlier I could see the audience, but now I can't see anybody. Is it possible to turn on the video at your side?
Yes, just a second. So we've run into a technical challenge here. I think if you can hear us, we'll just go ahead.
Yes, that's fine.
All right,
Yes,
great.
go ahead, please.
Great, I'll go ahead with my question now. It's really intriguing to know from you when you said learning is a social process, and sometimes while doing evaluation, integrating these AI chatbots, we often forget what the child is doing outside the classroom while we are measuring the impact or whatever the intervention has been in the classroom. So while the child is not active on any of the EdTech platforms, they are performing things outside classroom which they are learning. So while we talk about impact evaluations of EdTech solutions or interventions, how do we take into account what the child is doing outside? Because it is not really humanly possible to track each and every child and create a user persona of how their learning is going on out of the classroom, outside of that intervention. There are various processes which account for the learning, because learning definitely is a social process. So what's the solution to do the evaluation as such of how any intervention is um, catering to children's learning outcome? Why this question is coming from me, I would like to tell you a little about what I am doing right now. I am doing a course which is called Masters in Education and Technology at TIS Mumbai. And a part of my capstone is building a solution to do the impact evaluation of these EdTech platforms. Apart from it, I come from social impact consulting background. I have around 5 years of experience in doing monitoring and evaluation with foundations, whom we have heard about. And currently, I'm working in the EdTech practice in Deloitte, India.
Okay, great. Do you want me to answer each question, or do you want to go through a few questions and I
So,
answer together?
yeah, the main overarching question here, which is a burning question for my work as well, is how do we take into account what's going on outside the classroom? How do I tell when I create the metrics in the dashboard? I have the dashboards of what's happening inside the classroom, but how do I tell that this particular EdTech intervention has accounted for this particular learning outcome of the child? Because I cannot make the user personas what's happening outside the classroom, right? Because it's a learning is a social process again.
Okay, all right. So let me answer that question and then I can take more. So I think as far as the evaluation itself is concerned, so it's a great question. And I think we actually want to encourage learning to happen in every different way and never want to try and kind of silo the learning that is happening in the classroom or through that intervention from the others. So I think the best part or one of the good things about a randomized control trial is that you have a treatment group, but you also have a comparison or a control group. And if the folks who are doing the evaluation, researchers like Phil, what they're striving to do is to pick randomly from a subset of the population, people who are then put into the treatment group, and then the folks who get into the comparison or the control group. And if everything goes well, and there are lots of checks and balances that my colleagues at JPAL South Asia, Sharanya and others are here, and they can talk about it later afterwards, do it right, then those two groups are pretty much similar at the beginning of the project. And therefore, when you compare the outcomes of the treatment group with the comparison group, the difference between those learning outcomes is reflecting only the intervention, only the treatment, because everything else that the treatment group children, exactly what you're saying, the kids who are getting the dashboard in the school, or who are, the one you are tracking through your dashboard, everything they're getting is exactly the same that the comparison group is getting, and the only thing that is different is the intervention. And so I think then you can have a huge amount of confidence that the learning outcome differences between those two groups are coming from your intervention. And that is why it is actually very important to measure this using a rigorous impact evaluation like a randomized evaluation.
All right, thank you so much for that, Iqbal. Any other question? All right, we have one more.
Hi, Iqbal. This is Shubhra, and so nice to see you, and thank you for this. It was very nice. I think my question as I was listening to you was the inherent tension and between evaluation timelines and now as we think about AI and AI tools, they're already entered spaces in ways that we possibly want to control. And how do we tread that in a way where we're evaluating and taking decisions, but those timelines and products entering and being used by frontline workers is already happening. So curious to know your thoughts around that.
Yeah, thanks, Shubhra. Great question. And I think there are two parts to this. Like, as you've been on the other side, so you know that tension has always existed, right? Like, in the sense, everybody's in a rush to scale up their program. Everybody's in a rush to kind of go in and say, why am I depriving people of this particular intervention? Let me do it quickly. So that inherent tension has always been there, and it has to be balanced against what is the point? Why are we doing this? We are not doing this just to create a shiny new dashboard and feel happy that we're doing something. We are doing this because we ultimately want to improve learning outcomes for children, improve, let's say, teacher training, improve parental engagement, and so forth. And I think this, first and foremost, I just want to I would always remind people that it's important to measure your outcomes, because otherwise we are all wasting our time and resources. I think the double whammy, in addition to what you mentioned in terms of everybody is adopting this technology very fast, or not the double whammy, but the double challenge, is that the underlying technology and the model itself is varying quite a bit, right? Like, earlier you would give one laptop and you could study it for even 9 months or even 2 years, but the laptop stayed the laptop, right? Like, there was nothing else. Here, as I mentioned in the beginning, the underlying technology is actually evolving, improving. The training data sets on which it is learning itself could be changing. The LLM that it is based on, there's an arms race to update those every few months. And so I think it's very, very important, first of all, to design the evaluation in a way that is providing you information which is not just waiting for the end line, but it is you design it in such a way that there can be waves of surveys, and that you're sharing those results rather quickly with folks. So I think that is extremely important to do, and then to kind of make sure that you are tracking what are the changes that are happening in the technology for the reason that I described is very important, because sometimes it could actually go in the reverse way. What is an improvement in an underlying model could result in really bad outcomes, especially when you are using things like chatbots. Those chatbots can, all of a sudden you can see that some of these messaging becomes really a bit more cold, or become overly empathetic, and it can go in the wrong direction in both cases. So I think these are all reasons to kind of share data in real time, to design evaluations where you are getting to the underlying causes and the mechanisms, rather than just reporting a yes, no. And I think what we are seeing is that this is actually working in all of these studies a couple of studies that I showed you, but many more. This real-time feedback loop with the implementation partner has been extremely important.
Right, thank you for that, Iqbal. Impact evaluation is a slightly dense subject that some of us may struggle to understand, but thank you for helping us understand it in a simple manner. Thank you for breaking it down for all of us. Thanks once again, and with that, we move on to the next part of our convening today. This is the last part of our session. We've talked a lot about evidence. We've talked about implementation. We've talked about scale. We've talked about what works, what doesn't. To conclude the session, I'd like to hand over to Deepak Agarwal. I think there's no better way to end the convening today. Deepak, it must seem very special to you, seeing all your efforts come to fruition. Why don't you come and take center stage and give us your vote of thanks? But thank you first.
Yeah, thank me, Harika. Yeah, sorry. First of all, thank you for taking out time today and being a very, very patient audience, and also for all the wonderful questions we got from all of you. So first, I will just do round of vote of thanks for the tech team at University of Chicago Center, which really had absolute setup here, which sort of allowed for us to have this wonderful day. And along with that, the FinOps team at Khan Academy India, because they are equally culprit here in making sure that we have a great arrangement and a great day. Second, like a very big thank to all our panelists and speakers who shared their thoughts and guidance on what we should be doing next and what EdTech and future of AI looks like for us, for our children. Yeah. So very quickly, I know all of you are like tired, so I would just run through 3-4 important points which resonated with me, and I hope some of them also resonated with you, right? So we started by asking the big question, right? Like, can technology really scale, right? And why it is important to scale, that is, we got to see some glimpse of how a tech can really reduce the fear and encourage students and especially girls to take up math, right? So that sets us up, right? Like, okay, this is a tough problem, but an important one to solve, no matter how much effort we have to do, no matter how many RCTs, how many conferences we have to do, but we have to stay at it, right? So then Sal extended that point saying that mastery learning is the core when we talk about technology or tech solution, why they are important, because they allow for this mastery learning. And why mastery learning is important, because if we don't have that mastery learning approach, what happens that gaps accumulate. And then we are just setting our students to fail, maybe not today, then tomorrow, because when enough gaps or doubts accumulate, then you are not able to move ahead, right? And by allowing mastery mechanics, we give students space to repeat same concept again. We allow them to ask doubts without feeling, without fear, without feeling embarrassed about it, right? So that is why it is important. Then we move to Phil, who gave us the technical nut and bolts of what we did in the social welfare impact study, and we went into the details and realized what all it takes. You know, it takes a village to teach a child. So we probably discussed a lot of that in that follow-up panel session, where we spoke about, like, you are not only talking about giving a product or a web page or a website to a student, you also have to support his training, you have to motivate him, you have to train him how to use the platform, and you have to connect what he's doing on the platform with his real life and connect the dots to say that why he should be in the class at all, right? And then we had the panel on evidence to scale. So evidence is good, but then we have to scale it up. And there we know that India itself is so diverse and so different that when you are thinking about scale, you have to think about many, many things together. And philanthropy actually plays that role of patient capital, or somebody who can take the risk and try to hit the ball out of the park, right? that is where they play that role, where they allow us to space to experiment, to figure out what works, so that we then scale it up confidently. After that, we spoke about Khanmigo and AI in general, right? So we spoke about like, so AI is everywhere, but when you talk to people, I get this impression that they don't really understand AI well, right? So there's a need to uh, tell people about AI, create awareness about AI, but at the same time, when we are designing these products, we have to build guardrails, because we know that with AI, there's potential to do harm also. So no do harm is our first principle or first policy that we apply. So we set up guardrails before we launch any product out there in the market. And then the other thing we spoke about is like, even with that, it's not a silver bullet. You have to train students. You have to figure out how to encourage that productive struggle, that thinking, which is actually required for learning to happen, right? And with Iqbal closing the session by talking about AI for social good, giving us some examples of how different parts of the world are leveraging AI, right? And he spoke about that the technology is evolving so fast and in unpredictable ways that something which was working yesterday may actually not work 6 months down the line. So you have to, again, the need to keep testing your product and the technology is very important. Yeah, so with that, I would close. And yeah, once again, thank you for all of you for coming together and discussing how we can make sure that students everywhere get a good quality education free of cost. Thank you.